All right, hello everyone, and welcome to my second attempt at this intro for Detectives of Newspire. We're back very, very clearly after about a month of inactivity due to IRL stuff, taking care of things on our own end. But we're back to it, getting ready to solve this murder mystery. So I am your host, Wuten, playing as John Darksoul. Beneath me is Ebony, playing as Avara the Clever. And then below them is Cygnus, playing as Bran. Have to refamiliarize myself.
More or less in one piece.
Woo! We have Guti playing as scroll it up.
Sound it out.
Cyrille.
Hello.
And last but certainly not least, we have Chesher being played by Solar.
Hello.
And down there on the left-hand side of the game board, it's our benevolent DM of the evening, Chaotic.
Hello, everyone. This is Chaotic. Welcome to Detectives of Newspire, Session 7. Last time we were here was the aftermath of a chase through the poorer sections of the city, as it seems that the murderer of Kevin Cyrille made a grand appearance, murdering what appears to have been a potion and poison provider for him, a ratfolk by the name of Radicus Finch. Poor fella. Seems as though he was, just followed by some people and didn't realize he was followed, and, Killer didn't take too kindly to that. After the stunning chase, wherein they almost managed to capture the fiend, who disappeared through one of many different doors in the city that seemed to be connected to each other, you all took the time to speak with the body of Finch, learning that what seems to be seemingly against his will, providing tribute to said killer for a long time, even since apparently at least his father seems to have also done the same, based upon what the shade of his corpse was able to tell you. I legitimately actually don't remember what else you guys did that session. I think perhaps you did some more searching for some doors. You did a lot of talking, trying to figure out what to do next. And there's a possibility that through one of the lore points spent by Cyrille, that he may well know someone that could be helpful in this investigation. A wizard who works for Gilresa Trading Company that owes him favors for stuff that he has done for him in the past. A person I have actually managed to give a name, who will be by the name of Jasper Hrung.
Okay.
And I can
Jotting
in fact
that down.
go ahead and I can give you his picture. Because I should have him in here. There we go. Show players. There you go.
Aha.
Jasper Krung.
Ooh. Oh.
He is, in fact, a half-orc, and that would definitely be a thing that most of you would know, especially with all the various... I think that we've gone through 2 orc wars at this point, with the orcs south of the mountains. Most people don't like orcs, and most people are very careful around half-orcs. So, for one to be a wizard, seems kind of interesting, to say the least.
Mm-hmm.
Wood.
Okay, then.
Oh, yeah? Metal.
God. Oh yeah? Cloth.
You know what? Leather.
Yeah, I'm down.
Damn it.
Can't Leather get away with this?
Oh my god, please play Dungeons and Dragons!
Can't keep getting away with this.
Just a session that entirely devolves into everybody making puns the whole time.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my god, that would be a terrifying curse. Curse someone to only speak in puns.
God.
That's some Fey Realm bullshit right there.
Write it down.
I have supplied ammunition, and I am not sorry for this.
Good.
Look, if there's any group that would be capable of pulling it off,
Yeah.
Yeah?
Honestly, I'm better at writing it than I am at coming up on the spot. God.
There was one other thing that had happened, and that was that Bran and Chesher followed after a suspicious cat
Oh, yeah.
that, after following down several different alleyways, turns out said cat was a disguise for the lantern companion for your guys' lantern-headed friend.
Yeah.
Yes.
oh yes, Tumblr sexy man.
Yeah, Tumblr sexy.
God damn it. Anyways,
Sorry,
you're fine.
No, you
which is
know
good
it's
because I'm not
right.
sorry.
You know it's right.
That was the other major thing. Of course, learning the two of them were speaking in the language of creatures of the lawful planes, Utopian,
hmm
and that he had handed her a scroll of animal message if they wanted to get in contact with him, seeing as it was probably the most surefire way to actually get his attention, rather than, you know, oh, meet me here at this time, doesn't show up.
Yep.
Is there anything else that we need to go over, guys?
Can't think of anything in particular.
Bran posted a little notes of last time of what we planned to do.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, is this in your guys' journals somewhere?
No, it's just in
No, it's in
chat.
in the chat.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was just I noted it down at the end of last session because I knew it was going to be a while before we came back. So that was what we were all
Yes.
talking about doing the last
Thank
time
you.
that we met.
Big brain.
Makes sense. Big brain move.
Mhm.
Oh, just living up to my to Guti's assessment of me as the IRL rogue.
Okay.
So, we will go ahead and I can probably move you guys back to the city map where you guys were. Let me see, I think we had you on the districts page. There we go.
Yeah. There we are.
Excellent.
And at least originally, you all were still in the docks, although I think we were kind of just vaguely moving people around to try to figure where you were all what you were considering to do next. I'm not going to start the timer yet because I want to give you guys some time to talk, figure things out, reshare information, look back over your clues, and to just, start putting out your red lines, trying to figure out the narrative here, trying to profile, trying to do whatever it is you think you can do to try to figure out what's going on.
Okay.
It's Pepe Sylvia.
So I remember that based on because I did a divination last time.
I remember, in fact, what the divination's answer was. It was he moves through the doors, he moves below the ground, he hides in,
in the sewers.
basically, yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So I believe, given that, unless we can find something that would lead us straight to him, I feel like a search of the sewers is due at some point, just as a future plan.
I agree. I also thought that I was that going to my contact, I had some kind of either sample or something, or I had some kind of name association that I was taking up to him to have it looked at, because there was a reason that I wanted to think of like some kind of magic item specialist. Was it because that the perp was using some kind of magic items, or
He did seem to have quite an array of magical items of some sort beyond his potions.
well, and
What they were specifically, you're not sure.
And I think I was trying to cross-reference some kind of like ledger to see if there was any kind of like anything like, missing or recently purchased that could do these kinds of tricks that he was doing. Does that make sense? I think that was something along the lines of what I was going for. I apologize. It's been a few weeks, so I'm trying to piece my own.
Which is why I said we're paused, and it's like I want you guys to have that chance to go back over everything. And if you need, I will clarify various things as necessary.
Can it's Cygnus's character, Cyrille? Bran. Can Brent's doggo track down the scent? Because I remember you were chasing him.
That is an option. We do have a vial of his blood that we collected.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because I thought ahead.
Yes.
I think that might be the best.
I believe that the biggest
you want to be straightforward.
I believe the biggest thing I had said there was, first, you guys do know he disappeared through the door. The magical teleportation means that his scent will end at said door. You would need to know where in the city that door went to pick up the scent from there.
Right.
And he is, in fact, using the sewers. Scent essentially becomes not very helpful because of more overwhelming smells when you're down there.
Yeah.
So we'd have to try and find the scent overground.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We need to investigate.
That's the other big thing to remember as well, was last time Bran was able to identify, just based on his movements alone, whoever this person was in fact an elf of some description. And you do in fact have a vial of blood that you were able to extract off of Wolf's teeth from a good bite that she managed to get on his leg.
Yeah, and from,
so look for leg.
We said, I believe we said it was also from the wounds that he sustained as he was going into the door, because we had him down to his last lousy hit point.
Also, there was something I wanted to bring up with you, you guys, and just kind of get a reminder on this. As far as we are aware, the murder that took place that we went to the crime scene of, I'm sorry, I've forgotten his name.
Kevin Cyrille.
Kevin Cyrille. We are pretty certain that this is the only murder of its kind, yes?
Well,
other
with
than
the
the two
exception
people
of...
in the chase. I'm sorry, Cygnus, you continue.
No. That was exactly what I was going to say.
I know, but
I should let you guys talk. I should not, because this is what you guys need to figure, unless you forget something. So
before that is more what I meant.
You mean like with that kind of framework, with like the stage setting, etc.?
Yes, or like just murders that are particularly gruesome like this in any case, because one thing we did learn from Finch was the fact that he's been purchasing poisons from Finch for a very long time, from his father even, which doesn't fit the idea that this guy has he's just started recently, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to work out, is that the case? Did we know that there were other murders happening?
This was the only one that the guard had alerted us to. It might be worth pulling out the old X-Files and Buffy bullshit. Go and talk to, go and look through the archives, the library, look for ritualistic killings like this that date back further. And maybe even, go into other cities.
But I thought that the ritual element was just distraction.
Well, we don't know that for sure, because, we did have that nightmare that points to there being some other element of mystical shit going on, enough to get the priest of Zelos concerned.
Yeah.
Remember,
So-
you did get the DC high enough that you were able to, just from seeing the beginning of the phrase, work out the rest of the phrase. Atasha ah, ba'a ba'a, that was written on the wall. There was only Atasha ah, the first part, but you had a high enough DC that you were able to sort of
infer.
you gleaned the additional information, because, information about the dark gods is a very difficult thing to come across. Most don't,
Mhm.
Yeah.
keep that anywhere. So,
Right.
Hmm.
So
there was
to Sola's
that.
point. Yeah. To Sola's
And-
point, I think it would be worth checking with someone. Maybe we can send
Yeah.
Zero or Chesher or someone off to look into old murders that, on a human scale, would be already resolved. Essentially, they'd
Yeah.
be cold cases. But
Well-
on an elf time scale,
On an elf timescale, yeah.
the only other thing I'll bring up is that you guys actually have done some research already. And I will just point out that was done at that Church of Zelos while some of you were doing some interviews, and that's all I'll say otherwise.
Yep.
In case you've forgotten what you researched, we can
But
go
that was
over
mostly
that.
that was mostly lore, right? Because I remember specifically saying I'd like to look and see if there's any like folklore or anything related to this, so rather than historical. Because unfortunately, I don't have that bloody knowledge, skill.
I do.
Well,
you'll see.
do.
Yeah.
I
The
don't
only
want to.
thing-
I don't want to feel like I'm leading you, but do you remember what you had researched in regards to that? I don't want to be leading you.
It was
I need to be
the
quiet.
local lore and
have it written
folktales
down.
about from the rural halfling population about the legend of a ghoul named Atosh.
Uh-huh.
The oldest reference was about 75 years previous.
75 years, that's an elf timescale.
Yeah.
I will otherwise shut my mouth.
Question, chaotic.
Answer, Ebony.
Because I'm trying to remember, but remember, guys, I haven't been here for a few sessions, so I'm trying to
You're
catch
okay.
up. I haven't used my contact point, right?
You still have 2 lore points available to you. Yes. Guti is using 1 now. Earlier, Chesher used 1 for an orphanage to have little orphans, pay some little orphans to go around and find doors with weird symbols on them.
So, what do you use it for, Goody? Just to not make sure I'm not having the same idea.
I'm taking mine to a guy who works for Vesuvius's business, pretty much magic item business, basically.
He is.
I have a
the
wizard
Gilraisa-
contact.
The Gilraisa Trading Company, which through its contacts that it has, is able to deal in some of the highest rarity and highest priced items, and thus then has its fingers in a lot of different pies because of that.
I would actually also suggest asking him about the doors and if there's like a method where we can get the keys for that, because I think that's going to be the pardon the phrasing. That's going to be the key to solving this, I think, is figuring out the keys to these doors. Because that seems to be where our trails are going cold at the moment, are these doors with passwords and whatnot.
Yeah.
I've jotted that down as well.
Yeah.
On that,
Go on.
on that note, we did. I think at some point someone rolled religion on those doors, or arcana, or something like that, and there was an indication that they were in some way associated with Aeon. Do we know any priests of Aeon? Is there a clergy of Aeon within the bounds of the city? Is that a resource that we could use to try and access these things?
So I imagine, especially because I know that we're doing a bit of a retcon for this, Kai's character from a while ago, Deja, is not actually dead. She did die originally, but I was just kind of... Whatever was going on, I don't remember exactly, but he wasn't playing at the time, so I just... And it was also Astro, so I ended up just the moment happened, and I just kind of killed off the characters.
Right,
It just made it
right.
easier at the time. But we're retconning, so as far as I'm aware, Deja would still be around, and it probably is, unless she went home. She could very well still be here, but even during her short time, she may well have converted some people. So there might be a false following, a small following of Aeon in the city, but it would certainly be one of the religions in the minority.
Yeah.
The two largest is Zelos and Regados.
Yep.
Okay.
Followed by Seorsa, because there are in fact a lot of
Halflings.
freedom-loving. Halflings, but halflings. I'm pretty sure I made a halfling god, actually. Funny enough, but a good deal of them might follow. It's going to be a smattering. I mean, it's a pantheon. It's not like everybody's like, oh, I worship one god and one god alone, right?
Yeah.
But
I dedicate myself to one, but
yes,
I worship the
pantheon.
authority of the pantheon.
Imagine worshipping.
Once again, something we will eventually have to actually kind of concrete out, but. I've just kind of been of the assumption that Regados is kind of like the godhead sort, but he also doesn't really tend to do much. He's very passive.
Mm-hmm.
It's more of if you have to bring the problem to him, you've done fucked up sort of deal.
Right. Right.
And I, as it stands, I think I set up Regulos whereas Regados is the sun. Regulos is the sunlight. He's the active component that brings the justice and the good to the world, sort of thing.
Right.
So that's the way I've set it up, at least. I don't know about the rest of you.
So, I was thinking, just if it would make sense, maybe that given my actual job, as bookkeeper / accountant. Let me word it again because I lost my train of thought. Or more so as a goblin that lives in here and probably knows people that are a bit outcasty. If I know someone who might know the sewers a bit better, or if I have access to a what's the word? Blueprint or something that might be helpful like that.
I apologize. I'm back.
I
should have said something. My sister needed me to show her how to use my washing machine.
Fair.
So what did I miss?
I was asking as for my lore point thingy.
Sure.
If in my position would I know either someone who might be more acquainted with the sewers, or if as a bookkeeper I would have any access to like a blueprint or a something that could maybe give us a clue of, hey, this could be a good place to start looking down there where someone could hide. Something like that.
This could be a useful little lore point to sit there and dig up perhaps the Masons Guild or something along those lines, the big groups that would have actually helped build the city originally. Mm-hmm. I can, at least for low resolution, I can already answer you that the dwarves of Krakarat have a big role to play in the building of this city. They were actually the ones that originally built the castle, in fact. So, time for a little story time. About 50 years ago or so, Spiredown was brought to ruin by the, as of so far as we're aware, the now dead Black Dragon Morgalla. Where, upon his return, he dropped a star from the sky onto the city that he might, prove his might to the people. It's one of those, when I come, bow down, and you will be spared. Those who do not will feel my wrath, sort of deal. Mm-hmm. Breaking the city apart. In a last-ditch effort to save what bits of the city they could, the wizards of the city actually managed to pull off a ritual that ended up saving some of the city as floating blocks in the otherwise massive sinkhole that had come about because of the landing of the star. But the city, especially because it was already in a certain level of stagnation and decline, just was thrown into complete... Whatever survivors there were was thrown into complete chaos. Absolute complete chaos. Right? Taking advantage of said chaos, there was an up-and-coming magic shop salesman by the name of Ragnael Pronemia, who, through his efforts helping to defend the city, became a very large player in the Mercenaries Guild, originally led by a gentleman named Mark, many moons ago. After defending the city against a band of giants that came wandering down from the Badlands to the northwest, where, as of that time, was assumed that Morgalla was gathering his power, taking his minions and gathering them together sort of deal, and that those who were not otherwise akin to serving him were, a lot of the monsters started to wander down from that direction that didn't want to serve under the dragon. He was asked after a fashion. There's a whole lot more, but the simple answer is that the dwarves from Krakarat made a deal with the guild council that as part of defending, against these monsters that are wandering down from the north and the possible, encroachment of Morgalla coming back down, the dwarves would help build a castle to help defend that front. And Ragnael was chosen to head that castle. All this to say, the dwarves played a massive role in building this city, and building it in record time. The city itself, Newspire, is mostly refugees from the old city of Spiredown, along with others who chose to move around the castle for a mixture of defense and for new work, seeing as the old city's basically gone at that point. And the guilds essentially lost power because, well, there's nobody there. They all moved here. Mm-hmm. The Masons Guild would probably be the place to start if you were going to look for records in regards to the layouts of the sewers. We have now spent your lore point. And you can always, if you would like to do some research, if it's like, I would like to say I have a contact, go find me a picture, give me a name, maybe a short description, we can add it in.
Good deal.
Yeah, maybe I may say probably I may have a contact among those dwarves if possible, mostly because I think maybe I could do.
Yeah, you'll have to be You'll have to be careful about that one because we all know what dwarves think of goblins.
Yeah.
Opinion.
You know how I got acquainted with them?
How?
I looked into their taxing records and saw some.
Oh my god! You blackmail dwarves? What is wrong with you?
That's going in the Book of Grudges.
That's a grudging.
Okay, Ebony, I have to ask, what is Avara's dexterity score?
18.
It better be fucking high enough.
You say 18?
Yes.
How do you move around with balls that size?
Oh,
damn.
I will just say, I have seen some inconsistencies here with your declarations. I am very good at keeping track of those, so we don't want this to become an issue.
Oh my fucking god.
You fucking blackmailed the Masons Guild.
You have got your termite inspection, though, so, pluses and negatives.
You better be careful they don't send a killer after you.
But hey, just shows,
Avara clearly doesn't know the pull that Pronemia name has.
Oh my god.
Maybe just, offer to, fix it for them before anyone, Cease.
That's probably what you did, actually.
Yeah.
You were just like, hey, you can pay me to do your books,
Yep.
and maybe I can make sure that this,
This doesn't get out.
well, I can fix it for you, right?
Mm-hmm.
What I mean is I'm not saying we do anything illegal. I'm just saying I can make
help
sure
prep
your
your books.
I
Okay,
wasn't
so
going
she's
to
the
say
daddy.
it, but
I'm saying it as a player. It's fine.
Listen,
Okay.
I haven't been enough of a gremlin as I could have, so. And
Valid.
she's lawful, I think.
hey, she wants to play by the rules, and their book wasn't by the rules, so she wants to make it play by the rules, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
exactly.
You could be
There we
lawful
go.
and still a piece of shit. No, I'm kidding.
My God, I can't believe Ebby has taken the gremlin archetype and put it into an accountant.
I love it.
That is so scary. That is genuinely the scariest thing you've made.
Okay.
Even more than the goblin with actually 30 kilograms of dynamite in her bag.
That one's expected. That one, I hear that and I think, oh God, that's scary. But you know what? I should have known.
I can
this
see
was
it
happening.
coming. You can't
Yeah.
see the goblin tax expert coming at
I
you.
apologize.
With divination powers to be like, you will violate OSHA in 7 months if you don't follow my teachings.
I'm just imagining her being like doing some Better Call Saul bullshit, like,
Sir, are you
oh, Mr.
absolutely
Goodman.
Sir, are you absolutely sure that this is the person that you saw? Well, that's good, because this person is not my client. My client is sitting in the back.
Oh, Mr. Goodman.
Oh,
For the record, you didn't-
jeez.
For the record, you didn't recognize him either, Your Honor.
By the way, I sent you a picture, Chaotic, but I think it's not sending.
Yeah, get mistrialed, fucker.
Good. I love it.
Oh.
But yeah, I think I could have a contact amongst them, probably the person who deals with me, because nobody else wants to.
I love it.
Sorry, guys. 2 seconds.
No worries.
Huh?
Oh God, I missed this.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck. My messages are not sending on Discord. Just shit.
Oh.
Let me restart. Yeah. Discord. There we go.
I'm sorry, my friend called me real quick. I just wanted to see what he had to say. Anyways,
No worries. No worries.
what did I miss there? You guys were just joking about Avara before I dropped out.
We
Just finished joking?
just
Okay.
chilling. Yeah.
Okay. So we have spent the lore point. We know a little bit more about the Masons Guild now, mostly run by dwarves that came from Krakarat. In case it helps, they actually have the secrets of a magic item called the Lyre of Building. That is what allows them to build very, very quickly.
Ah. Okay.
Oh.
Sorry, one small point. Did you say Kakarot?
Krakarat
Ah.
is the name of the dwarven city in the Scaranruff Mountains. It does kind of sound like Kakarot, though.
Yes, it does. Which would have been tremendous, given our conversation before we got started, but, you know.
Oh yeah.
Fair.
Kakaroto.
Kakaroto. Vegeta! Anyways.
There you go, Chaotic. That's the dwarf.
Really feels like a halfling or a gnome, although I think gnomes have longer ears. That works. Maybe there's a certain subrace of dwarves that can have the pointed ears, perhaps. What do you
It's
think?
fantasy.
Maybe the difference between
Everybody has pointed ears.
maybe one of the biggest differences between hill dwarves and mountain dwarves, maybe.
Mhm.
One way you can tell them apart, maybe. We'll have to think about it. Okay, cool. So we have.
I always thought Hildorfs were blonde and Mattendorfs were ginger.
I don't know. I've always seen mountain dwarves as fairly pale because they're not usually in the sun. For some reason, I've always seen darker hair, and I've usually thought like the brighter colored hairs and eyes for hill dwarves. You know, like the blondes and the reds and all that, and the ones that live in the mountains are usually browns and blacks, much more muted, just like the home they come from, sort of deal.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I've always seen it. Much more, bronzy skin. Which I don't know. Yeah, I think we could work with that.
Yeah.
Mountain dwarves are paler. They have sharper ears. They can have red, although they're usually more muted. That works. Okay. So we have a possible contact for you to take advantage of. We have the one we've built for Cyrille as well. What are you guys thinking otherwise? You want to take some time to sit here and try to work out any other details? You want to try to build a profile? You want to do any of these things? Or do we just want to just keep charging ahead and see what we figure out?
Well, I'm trying to think if we have enough to build a profile right now. Only thing I think we can put to it is it's some form of elf, some form of person who's knowledgeable in poisons.
An assassin of some kind.
An assassin of some kind. You don't just have the skills he has.
Which means at least 10th level on top of everything else.
Yeah.
At the very least, meaning that whatever he's done for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Which is even more reason why I want to see if we can find more evidence of that we could link to this murder case.
Yeah.
Other murders, I mean.
Especially.
And
there is a mystical angle too, whether it's invocation of the mystical angle for the purposes of covering other bullshit, or if it is in fact simply, sacrifices in service of this chaotic god.
Do we think the moon has anything to do with it? The new one, just the fact that a horrible murder occurs around the same time a new moon appears
Could be
in the sky.
My thought on that is it could just be a sign from his god to take action.
Mm-hmm. Could be.
Mm-hmm.
Or he's seeing it as such, whether or not it's, actively related to this god.
Mm-hmm.
We know that he has drawn the attention of lawful elementals.
Yes.
Which tells me that there's something more going on.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think we've gotten too much in the way of information on whatever Tumblr Sexy Man is, or what his agenda is, other than working alongside us to prevent this.
I did ask him that when I met with him. But it depends on if you think he's telling the truth. He seems to me like he's just a vigilante of some kind who is very dedicated to protecting the city and dealing justice, so to speak. Definitely some lawful good character, if he's telling the truth.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. Ah, boy. Okay.
I believe that Bran had made a knowledge check to see if she had any knowledge of similar ideas, and you had heard things about a brightly headed gentleman who was, helping people who were, like, say, being robbed or something, and they were spreading rumors about this brightly headed man that had helped save them from it. So you'd heard something, but it's not, not widespread enough. It's like, like everybody has heard the legends of this. No, not really. If anything, it almost seems like it's a very recent thing. So, but definitely before the moon.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Which was, at this point, about 3 days ago.
I know there has been some, indication that we are up against a time limit, and that maybe, out-of-game knowledge, knowing that the clock is always running and doing all that. Is there any reason to believe that there is some sort of upcoming event that is going to put a cap on our investigation?
Not a
Not
cap, I would
particularly, no.
think. Just
No.
the fact that he might try and do it again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The only way that I'll put it for you is, I put the time on it, meta game. I have events that go on in the background. In world, the world keeps moving, people keep doing things, and trails go cold.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's true.
Every hour, the scent DC goes up by 2.
All right.
Well, in that case, we do want to get moving on that soon.
I currently have it paused so you guys can talk.
Okay. Well,
I wanted to give you guys the chance to think. It's been almost a month, so it's let's double check, make sure we remember what the hell we're doing, right? So
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, my only other thing I want to point out is that I'd like to check back with the orphans some point soon. Not just to see if they have found any more doors that could have a scent on them, but also because I'd like to stop the orphans looking for these doors now that we know, he's using them a lot. I wouldn't I have this terrible idea in my head that, an orphan is going to be like, oh, I found a door, and then he's going to come out of it with 1 hit point left and be like, child to murder.
rolls nat 20. Child rolls nat 20, does 1 point of non-lethal damage and knocks him out.
Trips him on his way out.
I got him, miss!
I captured him for you.
Oh my god, you're getting so much more than 50 gold!
Do you turn a little orphan into the richest person of the city?
Mhm.
I'm sure it's gonna be fine. I'm sure he's not gonna grow up to become a jackass.
That's Chesher's plan.
Any other thoughts then?
None from me at the moment.
No.
Yeah, again, the only other thing that I can think of is that, since John and I, according to the, the little agenda that we wrote up last time, are going to be responsible for the doors, we might want to spend some time seeking out the Aeonite cult to see if we can, get their assistance in finding these places or mapping them or something.
Yeah.
You have 2 points. Would you like to use one to figure out a contact from the Aeonite cult?
Would you need time to prepare one?
Just go look for a picture, give me a name, give me a short description of what you think, and I can bring it in and we'll make it work.
Okay. I have to do this I'm on the spot now. Okay. I'll let you figure out the name.
Okay.
She was a one-time contact of Bran's that hired her to try and find some missing waif or something, some member of their group that had gone missing. Bran was able to find her. It was a matter of her having run off with a boy, and Bran was not thrilled about, informing on this whole arrangement, but she did. The money was good, and she kind of left it there and was told, yeah, you did great for us. We'll be willing to pay you back a favor in the future if you need it.
Okay, works for me. I get the feeling that the Aeonites also tend to be a rather insular lot.
Oh yeah.
So, which can lead to some looking at their cult with a little more, technically Aeon's part of the pantheon, but
They're just a little weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, a little odd. They look at things a little differently than most.
Yeah.
Like the
A god of-
Nephians in Pathfinder proper.
Yeah, there you go. They look, a god of time and doorways sort of does that to you. So,
Mhm.
all right. If nothing else, we will start the timer again.
All right.
All
All
right.
right. So who's doing what?
Well,
I'm on a horse riding north. It's to my guy.
Because you were looking to catch him before any kind of business he might be in closed
yeah.
for the evening.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
So
in
I
that
guess we'll
case,
start with
I'll...
you then, Goody. Because yours
Might as well.
is much more time-based here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Only other thing I could think to ask is that are you bringing anything else with you?
Same stuff that I've had all day, really.
Which then just brings up the question of who has the vial of blood.
Not me.
Okay.
That would be me.
Okay, just checking.
Mhm.
Yay. He's checking.
So, we have you guys going on up to Newcastle. This will take you guys probably about, on horseback, maybe 15 minutes. Walking
Okay.
through the city can take an upwards, from one side to the other, it could take an upwards of an hour and a half to 2 hours, probably, by walking. But by horseback, you can go much faster. So, you can go, especially if you're at a decent gallop. So, based on the current time, pause this for a second, and we'll advance by minutes. There we go. 2, 10, 11, 13, 14, 15. Okay. So, you and Avara, with Avara on the back, on the rump of the horse, make your way up to Newcastle. You know about the Gilracer Trading Company, one of the largest companies. I don't think we discussed this before. What is it that gave you his Jasper as a contact?
I think something I thought up is that they had there was like a light organization that was like moving some stolen material,
Mm-hmm.
and I helped them get it back, because among some of those materials was some kind of valuable ore of some sort that they use for their crafting. And so
Okay.
for that, I presume them to be extra gracious, and then from there on, they just kind of became like a nice contact for someone to have someone to ask for when it came, if I ever needed anything of the magical persuasion assessed for me, because Cyrille he has not studied magic. He knows fuck all about it.
So not only as a member of the law, but more specifically in a sense an enforcer, it was brought to the guard's attention that someone had stolen stuff. You were on the case. You beat the shit out of some people, got the stuff back. He was the specific contact that you had for the job. And every once in a while, you pop to him asking a magical question of some kind if you're doing things. It's very useful to have a divining wizard on your side, after all.
Mm-hmm. And I like to. Another thing I thought of was when he did bring some of the goods back, he went to one of the people and said, "Yeah, so this glowy thingy has been like glowing faster on the time that from there to here, and I don't know what to do with it." So
probably very quickly took it away and was like, "Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit!"
They throw it out of the window, explodes. Oh my god! It was a bomb the whole time.
It's a very slow acting bomb.
I could have taken it.
God.
Rub some dirt on it.
So you will make it to the building. It is essentially more so a records keeping house or record house here, because this is more, you could call it the headquarters
Mhm.
And he specifically, his office is actually off around the back. So, you are currently outside of the Gilresa Trading Company records building.
Out around the backside, and I am out around this backside.
If that's where you'd like to go. Also, another one that's actually an important question to ask: who's got the ring?
I think last I heard, I think Chesh had it.
No, I tossed it to you, I believe. Because remember, you were going to go and check out the body with Finch, and I said, well, if you're going to go there, take this with you.
Because Chesh and Bran went after the suspicious cat, and you and the rest went to the body where the other guards were currently showing up.
Right.
Okay.
And then
so
you flashed the ring and said, hey, we're working for the Inquisitor.
Right. I'm just going to notate elsewhere in my sheet that I currently have it.
Okay. Penn's signet ring. Bartholomew Penn.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
All right. So I know his offices are on the back.
Yes.
You said? Okay.
Kind of descends down into the ground a little bit. You know, it's one of those go down in the basement sort of deals.
All right. Do I hear anything coming from the inside currently? Just like any other sounds of like workers or whatever?
I won't make you make a roll. There are lights on inside. It seems as though they probably haven't gone home yet.
Okay. All right. I'll give some. I'll give some quick firm knocks at the main building first, just to see if I have any answers.
Okay. A young man will come to answer the front door. Yes, sir. Can I help you?
Yeah, looking for Jasper. Is he in at the moment? Hasn't left for home yet, I hope.
Jasper. I think that he is actually still he's finishing up some filing work down in his office. May I ask who is asking after him?
Fuck, no, I know, it's just all these tiny little things. Tell him it's his bud Cyrille, and it's urgent.
I will be back in a moment then. Shuts the door. In the meantime, if you and Avara have anything you'd like to do while you wait, otherwise we'll just keep going.
I just gonna comment him. Oh right, I may have some friends among the dwarves that built the city that might be able to help us. They owe me.
But they owe you.
Yeah.
Like the constructors of the city.
Yeah.
You do some done some like real estate work or something, or
I fixed their treasury numbers, and I happened to notice that some of them were not matching their reports. So we came to an arrangement for me to fix that issue, and in turn, they can help me every now and then.
You know, in normal circumstances, that'd get you my side eye. But at this point, I think we can take whatever help we can get.
I hope to make their issues illegal, if that is your concern.
Make the make the problems go away because we made them. Went to the law and said, hey, we noticed this. We're gonna fix it, and now we're good, right? So that's all.
Well, fair enough. If that's your way of trying to gain my trust, then consider you have it in my hands for now.
Now, where did I put those entrails? No, I'm joking.
I didn't hear what you said.
Now, where did I put those entrails?
Jeez.
Entrails? Yeah, so I could do my divining.
Yeah.
Duh.
But that said, if you do happen to know someone who might be able to, what's the infrastructure you think got to do with it?
Sorry, what's the question?
What's the infrastructure? What do you think the infrastructure's got to do with it?
Well, I figure that perhaps if this fellow is moving around the sewers, maybe a blueprint or two, or someone who's acquainted with that section of the city might have either noticed that or provide us with some information of where someone could be hiding.
Get us a map in case we need to go underground.
Mm-hmm.
Clever.
That's my name?
No, yeah, you meet your namesake.
Cute.
The door opens back up. Mr. Cyrille, sir. He said to go around the back. The door's unlocked.
2 pounds on the wall with a nod of the head. He can tell. He can tell it means thank you.
Of course. He gives a kind of a nervous grin before shutting the door.
Hello.
He seems the nervous type to you. He seems kind of an anxious, nervous type.
Because this fucking tower, this towering person over it.
Massive man. Let me speak to your boss.
And then the small goblin just behind.
Yep. Head around back, a couple pounds on the door.
So, after about a minute or so, we will bring the artwork back up. So, Jasper is actually pretty close to your height, slightly smaller than you are, but otherwise pretty close to your height. Didn't he tell you the door was open?
Oh.
Come on. He opens the door and starts walking back into the room, back towards his office in the back.
Well, I know how y'all can be with your records sometimes. I'm gonna walk in on anything you don't want me seeing.
I sat there and I opened it up for you so you could come in while I was looking at things, but it's fine. He settles himself back onto his chair, and he's got there's a little hand floating around that's moving papers and all that kind of stuff, and help putting papers in various drawers and all that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So, what is it that you are looking for me today? Is there another item that does something strange you don't know about, or?
That's the half of it. The other half is he was using some of these trinkets or whatever were used in a string of murders put off right in front of our faces.
Murders? He sits up a little bit this time.
Yeah, you'll probably get the full reports from the papers in the morning, but we've been tracking the guy. All freak show in a cloak. Some kind of occultist gibberish that he been spouting. I'm not even going to try and pronounce it because it hardly rolls off the fucking tongue. But a couple of poor saps down at the dock, down around, not dockside.
In fact, it actually is dockside.
It was dockside. A few poor saps down on dockside caught the bad end of his blade. One guy he was making some kind of deal with when it came to poisons. We got some people on the poison. But this guy, went right after he stabs these poor two little rat folk. I get right up in his face. My hand goes right fucking through him. Like it's nothing. Runs off, walks through a door, and somehow ain't on the other side. So he's using something.
Oh. He puts his hands down on the table for a moment and kind of drums his fingers against it. Did he disappear when you tried to grab him? Or perhaps it was something as simple as a blink, or perhaps some sort of blur, perhaps?
It's like he became invisible. Like I could still see him, but my hand just couldn't, it just couldn't grab him. I could, like he was a ghost or something.
There's several different things that could end up doing something similar to that.
Pretty sure he was able to go invisible, but that could have been any number of things he had on him, for all I know.
Person seems to be very well versed in magic, if that's the case. Invisibility, perhaps some sort of blur or blink, displacement, perhaps. If he can cast magic of that sort. Yes, he must be a powerful magic user indeed. There are many different things that this could possibly be that would keep you from otherwise being able to lay your hands on the man. Anything that makes it seem as though he is somewhere he's not supposed to be. Perhaps even illusions.
Yeah, my favorite.
Well, other than speculating on what possibly could have been the case, I'm not sure what other use I can be to you. Without seeing it myself, being there in person to see whether perhaps he was waving his hands, speaking words, activating something.
And I got the impression it was more of an activator, because he had time to gloat when he was using some of these things. So I didn't hear any magic talk. But this probably won't narrow it down. Would you happen to know any elves who might be that kind of light on their feet, knowledgeable of that sort of thing? Because one of the trackers with us definitely moved like an elf from what she says.
Elves tend to be the sort that are drawn to magic. Many say it's in their blood. The good Lord himself is half an elf, after all.
Yeah.
Well, in regards to the magic he was using, I'm not sure what else I could do to help you there. Do you perhaps need help finding where this man went to, perhaps? Do you have a description, a name? Do you have anything, perhaps, that I could work with?
And this is where I start to try and remember things.
If you want to, I can also help you out.
Please do. Yeah, don't think of my guiding the conversation was any kind of
Mhm.
trying to take the reins. If you have anything, please go right
Mhm.
ahead.
Yeah, just to add, well, would you know that this man likes to, like you mentioned, he moves through doors, but they do not lead to, you know, that next room. They seem to lead him to a different place. And from a very good source, I know that he also likes to move underground. Does that ring any bells?
You know, something I'd always sat there and meant to look into was this idea that apparently there's many different magics and spells that can move one around, whether dimension door or of the like. But I know I'd heard some people saying that they wish that they knew about this rumor that they'd heard going around that the people that would be thieves that would be sitting there and trying to nick what little bits they could off of our cargo would use doors that led to places they weren't supposed to escape. I'd heard of it, of course. I'd looked into it the best I could. I considered it. Even seen the ideas that some scholars have put out into the zeitgeist that cities have a spirit of their own, that they can sometimes create connections and grow in ways that, well, ways that you would hope that the local clergy would be able to nurture. Although most, not even something that most consider, it's more of a hypothesis at this point.
You're not saying that the city is a monster itself.
I would certainly hope not, friend.
Oh, I've
The
been
entire
inside of mimics.
The entire
So-
city is just a big mimic.
Yeah, because I had run-ins with mimics. I don't think that I would like to live inside of one.
No,
The
no.
walls curl up and just...
Much in the same way that a god gains power from those that worship them, those that live in a city and believe and live, work, breathe, and believe in the city takes on a sort of divineness of its own, or so the hypothesis goes. But if what you say is true, then perhaps there's more truth to this idea than I thought.
One of our partners has spotted markings that might indicate it. Might indicate as much.
Hmm.
So if there's a way to jump around, then our culprit sure as shit found the way.
That would mean that tracking him would be rather difficult. But... So, he's gonna look around for a minute. He's gonna put a finger over his lips. He's going to head to the back of the room. Let me see here. I want to see if I have this correct. Here we go. Let me see. No, he wouldn't be able to do that. Okay. So instead, what will happen is that he's going to reach into a small cupboard in the back. He's going to rummage around a couple of things. And he's going to pull out, I would imagine, let me see. Yep, he's going to pull out a scroll, and he's going to pull out a mirror. A very, very fancy mirror. As a thank you for the work that I've done for them for many years, they allowed the the company has allowed me to have a choice of a few items off of their last shipment. I chose this one. If you can provide me a description of the person you're looking for, I may very well be able to find them. Maybe it will help you to get in the right direction at the very least. Oh, right, you're not well versed in magic. Many wizards, once they have enough power, can scry from a distance, able to see at far distances targets of their choice.
That's a scary thought.
Oh, I've been trying to get into that.
Oh, are you a magician yourself, Miss?
You could say touch by the weave. I'm just gonna do a little. I'm not sure what system of magic we have, so I'm just saying weave.
I don't know if we've ever actually come up with a name of any sort, so to speak.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think we have. We do use the Vancian system. It's the same thing that they do, but I don't think we actually ever. I don't know if we've ever had wizards give it a name. To be fair,
Yeah.
Well,
we don't even. I actually don't even think we have a proper god of quote unquote magic either. Actually,
Somehow this one looks up above looks behind her head, I guess, and finds an answer to something.
huh?
I am very in tune with fate, you could say. I can look into certain things, ask certain questions.
Interesting. Divining answers from the gods, perhaps. An interesting profession.
And other things produce a pilfering hand that very obviously is trying to steal something from him.
Cut that out.
Not in a I'm gonna steal it. It's just a demonstration.
Magical hands are certainly one of the hallmarks of most any magician. One of the smallest of cantrips that one can learn. A very useful one, too, for when you can't reach those high spots on the ceiling. Or have a jar that is just a little too far back in the cupboard.
That's why I do not build my house thinking of that.
So, I think that I would be willing to... I haven't actually had the chance to test this regardless, so I think this would be the perfect moment.
Okay.
Anything to sit there and garner more favor with the god, of course. That next time we have another shipment that goes out, perhaps some extra manpower to keep from the bandits on the road.
I'm sure that'd be more. We can more than arrange something like that.
Right. What can you tell me then?
And then
everything you can will help.
I tell him, I start to kind of describe how his robe looked, what kind of grotesque, deathly face and smile that he had through it, about his height, approximate heights and weights, the sound of his gloating voice and cackle as he killed innocents.
Okay.
The fact that once again he is an elf and could nimbly move as such to weave his way through crowds and across rooftops with ease.
Well, the only other question I will have at this point then. You said you were close enough that you were able to have reached out to him and touch him. You weren't able to get anything at all, perchance.
GM?
Do you have anything that you were able to take off of him, such as a possession or a garment or a body part, a lock of hair, a bit of nail, some blood?
Don't we have a vial of his blood? Yeah.
Not with you.
Our friend, yeah. Actually,
Bran has it.
Yeah, Bran has it.
Could I retroactively just have stolen it from her?
Oh my god.
Good try.
So he ponders on that a moment, snaps his fingers, and goes, "I don't, but one of our friends does."
Oh? Someone else was
Yeah.
able to get close enough, perhaps, managed to snag something off of him.
Blood sample.
That's even better than taking something off of their person. Magic like this, if you have something that is connected intimately to them, makes it far easier to find. If you were able to, perhaps, gather this sample for me, it would make it far easier to sit there and try to scry on this murderer.
Hmm.
If you would like to take the time to go and collect this sample, I can extend my hours for a little bit. To be fair, the work here never ends regardless. There's more that I can do. Maybe I'll just take a nap here tonight.
Oh. Even so, we'll try to be as quick as we can about it.
I'm very excited to have the chance to try this. I haven't actually been able to. Make sure that it actually works.
Well,
Oh, so this is your first time using divination?
Do not get me wrong. I am a diviner of sorts, but I have never had the chance to try scrying magic myself. I've never had the tools. As he holds up the mirror, which, you know,
Cute.
I'll just give you like a. You want to make a knowledge? Either of you have knowledge arcana or spellcraft?
I have both.
Whichever one you'd like to use.
I'm gonna use Arcana.
Okay.
I thought I didn't, but that's a flam. 18.
With an 18. Yep, you know that the spell that he's probably talking about is in fact scrying, and it requires a focus, a silver mirror worth at least 1,000 gold pieces. So it is a very fancy silver mirror that he has.
Oh, I should.
And when the scrying spell happens, you see the target through the mirror, so to speak. Although you also know that the divine version of that is to use a pool of water. Whereas the arcane version is to use a mirror.
I will buy a mirror later.
Well, funny thought, you're a divine caster. You just
Yes,
need a
but
pool of water.
I do not have scrying yet, but...
I don't even know if it's on your list, actually.
Remember, I am not a prepared caster.
I know, but I don't even think it's on your list. I don't think it's on the Oracle list.
I think it might be in my Oracle, because I'm a Seer Oracle. But I'm
Maybe.
not at this level. But not at this level.
No idea. Well, actually, it's on the Occult Oracle list, but that's the only one it looks like it's on.
Here.
I'm looking at it on the scrying. It says the Mystery Occult 4 gets it.
Oh no! Bonus spell for Seer scrying at level 8.
Oh, well, never mind then. It's not from a spell list, it's from something else. Anyways. Okay.
Yes.
Well, what are you guys up to otherwise?
well, we'll just thank him for his time and say we gotta find our tracker.
Oh, right.
All
she
right.
has it.
She has the thing. We will go ahead and transition to, as you are going to go looking for Bran, we will transition to whoever is next. Who would like to go next?
Oh,
Did you
I
have
would-
anything? Sorry, what were you gonna say, Abby?
I mean, I would like to. I could tell Cyrille that. If you want to just to kill two birds with one stone, I can go visit my friends while you go with Bran, unless you don't want to get separated.
Yeah. What do you think out of character? Because this is where do you need to go for yours, Ebony?
DM.
They would probably be here in Newcastle, most likely. Although the question is whether or not they would be in at this time of night.
They will be in for me.
Oh, they'll be in for me. They always are in for the accountant. That doesn't change.
Excuse
the
me,
fact
can you
whether
open
they're
up? Go away. Oh, I'm just looking at this document and it's missing a 0 on the end. Well, open the door. Hold on.
actually- Well, it doesn't help if you knock on the door and there's nobody to answer. So
I'm just being sure.
They are
I
not they are not far from here. So whichever you prefer. I am fine with waiting a little bit more.
Mm.
it is currently 7:30 at night. In case that
Give him-
helps make your decision. Honestly, you were probably lucky that he was staying late regardless. Now,
Yeah.
work days in Newspire, we don't have modern work standards. Most people probably work anywhere from 10 to 12 hours a day. But,
Sure.
you know.
We
or
were
even
lucky he was there to
more
begin
than
with.
that. Yes, you were
Yeah.
lucky he was there. So, people that work the docks might even work fucking 18 hours a day. Ships are coming in at all times, so.
Mhm.
Well, I don't say this out of being selfish, Ebony, but having the ability to scry on this nerd is kind of huge. Meaning the quicker we can get this blood, the better. So, if you have like a really good question that you think you might give us some use, then we can make a quick stop. What do you think?
I mean, no, I can wait. I don't have any problem.
If you're sure.
Yeah.
Okay, I just don't want to take agency from you is all, so.
Nope, you're good.
Alright, then. We ride south.
We ride!
Da-da-da-da.
I followed the horse.
Oh, we were right there!
Oh, we were right there, man!
So, who is next? Because this took about 30 minutes,
Roughly,
40 minutes
yeah.
or so. So, what is everybody? Who's next?
Well, I was gonna ask if Bran had anything they wanted to do. They
I think we're just
I
looking
would
for...
be happy to let you go first, depending on what we need to organize with the other group that now needs my vial.
Okay, well, basically, before any of this happened, I was basically going to suggest that Bran come with me to the orphanage, and then I see if the orphans have any leads, and then if they do, we can use that as a starting point for you trying to pick up his scent again.
Okay.
That was the suggestion I was going to make.
Interesting, okay.
Okay. How about you, Wooten? Where do you want to be? Because I was listed as your partner previously. and-
I mean, this kind of leads into what we were originally planning was,
Mhm.
we're getting more locations to scout at, so, I'm good with going along.
Sure.
Come with me
Works
to
for
the
me,
orphanage.
Chesh.
Okay.
Take
So,
the lead.
you guys are all just going to go together.
Sounds like it.
All right.
Mhm.
And we otherwise just assume that Zero is with you currently.
Okay.
So, we end up at the orphanage. As of currently, it is dark. The sun has just set. Because we are in sort of early fall, so well, actually, remembering how the fucking sun works on this damn thing, on this damn planet. They have really long, I'm pretty sure they actually have really long nights, especially in the fall and winter.
Uh-huh.
So, yeah, the sun probably is actually long set at this point.
Oh, I'm gonna use that against you in the north.
18-hour nights. Let's go.
Let's fucking go.
Do you know how far north we are? It may very well be the fucking case.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Yes.
Wait,
Well,
you
based
might even
upon
get.
the position of the planet and the sun, you are currently in the southern hemisphere, so we have to reverse the seasons. Anyways,
Good grief. Anyway, so yeah, Chesher is just going to be leading you guys through the streets to the orphanage, navigating them like it's the back of her hand. Yeah, when she gets to the orphanage, she will probably just walk up to the door. She will.
you guys
give
were
a
already
very...
in Dockside. This orphanage, I believe, was roughly somewhere between residential and Dockside, somewhere in that rough vicinity.
Makes sense.
Somewhere
So,
around here.
She's just going to give a few very precise knocks on the door, almost as if it was a code, and hopefully the door will open.
Once I figure out what's going on with my fucking screen. Come on, piece of shit. Pretty sure it's the connection at the computer.
No.
Which one of you fucking lines is it? If I just wiggle it. Come on. I think I need a new cord for my monitor.
You're good. Take your time.
No? Okay. Anyways, you knock on the door with your little code. Let's see. There we go. I got it working.
Yeah.
A small window in the front of the door opens up. Yes? Is there anything I can help you with?
Is there any? Is it the my particular contact that's at the door, or is it just?
Nope.
Someone
It
else.
is one of the. We'll just call them nuns.
Okay. I'm just gonna say. It's Chesh. Open up.
Chesh. Don't know a Chesh?
Greyshanks.
So, question for you.
Mm-hmm.
I was under the impression that the idea was you knew the orphans, and the one specific sister was the one who was aware that you were in contact with, was essentially your contact. I was not sure if you knew the rest of the nuns. I assumed she was just one of the ones that was kind of willing, like, look, you helped them, so I kind of overlook stuff and let you,
That's fair. I suppose in my mind they would know of her.
And do you really think they would approve?
I don't know. Would they?
They are followers
No.
of Zelos. You're a thief. I'm just saying. That's why I was like, Sister Ophelia herself is more of a, she sort of overlooks what you do because you are helpful to the orphans, and she is very much taking care of the kids, and she knows they get up to no good, and she's like, look, as long as there's somebody out there kind of keeping an eye on them too,
Okay, that is fair enough. Okay, mind if I retroactively redo that?
Yep, you're fine.
Okay. So basically she'll just say, oh, it's just a couple of friends here to see God, I've forgotten her name now, the sister I know.
Sister
It was,
Ophelia.
Sister Ophelia. Yeah, I'm just here to see Ophelia. A couple of friends. Important business.
She hadn't let us know anyone was coming. I believe that she is probably getting ready for bed, if not already there, or helping the others get ready. I'm not sure where. I'll let her know who is here for her precisely.
That would be mighty kind of you.
She looks a little confused at your answer.
Waits.
She asks who precisely is asking after her.
Oh, right, okay.
That's why I was like, she looks a little confused at your answer.
Oh, right, pardon me. Just say it's Chesh.
Chesh. She'll give the door a little, close it with a snap. And if you guys have any roleplay while you wait, otherwise, we'll just skip ahead.
Chesh is just going to turn around and shrug. I suppose there's no point in hiding the real name now.
Bran seems distracted, just watching every alley and rooftop.
Your name isn't Greyshanks.
No. As a matter of fact, some people like me like to keep their names on the down low. But I suppose since I'm now in the records, that it's not much point in hiding it.
I'm known by the law enforcement community.
Oh.
Never a phrase you want to hear.
Chat, is this real?
Chat, am I cooked?
Have I cooked? Good lord.
Well, what about you, big man? You always keep your helmet on. Any particular reason for that? She kind of says with a grin.
Oh, no particular reason. I'm a brave soldier of Zelos. My face doesn't matter. It is my deeds that will speak for me.
Show me your face now.
Sounds a bit boring, but to each their own, I suppose. Never really did get Zelos worshippers.
So, eventually, the little door opens again.
Mhm.
You see Ophelia looking at you through the door. The little door will snap shut again. You hear a board being removed from the front door before it cracks open, and she steps out. Sits there and smooths out her dress a little. I wasn't expecting to see you this evening, Chesh. Huh?
Apologies. I wouldn't come round knocking so brazenly if it wasn't urgent.
Well then. What brings you
Sorry.
here at such a late hour?
I need to know. Have the orphans mentioned anything to you about finding anything to do with the little quest I sent them on?
They haven't said anything else to me, at least. No.
All right. Do you think I could speak to any of them? Are any of them still awake?
Most of them have sat there and gone to sleep at this point, and it's that time of day where settling in and remaining passive, reading, thinking, or activities to calm the mind are far better than anything that would rile them, that they might get better sleep. I would discourage speaking with anyone, but there should not be anything that you would say to them you could not say to me.
Well, thing is, it's urgent. Listen, I understand if you don't want to let me see him, but that's fine. But if you are going to not let me see him, please just go ahead and tell him that if they have any information, to come to me. Otherwise, the quest is off, and just tell them that the information that I've got is, let's just say I got it. All right. If anyone has any information, though, they can come to me. And that wager I gave them is still on. However, no more looking. All right.
I can let them know that Greyshanks came to let me know. Although I think they would be more apt to believe me if you had a little token to show them that you had dropped by, perhaps. Otherwise, they may just decide that I'm making it up. It does sound like something that we sisters would discourage, after all.
I see. Well, how much did I promise them for finding out any information?
Well, it doesn't necessarily need to be a donation. Have you ever had a calling card of sorts? I imagine I've always heard tale that those in your area of work tend to have some sort of a token, a calling card, something like that.
You're reading too many comics, sister.
After she's done putting everyone to bed, she's busy reading superhero comics.
I'm a
Love
fucking bad man.
Oh, God.
Problem with that, sister, is as cool as it is, people know a lot of magic these days, and I found that a lot of magicians can track you through a lot of things you've touched. So I don't really like to leave calling cards. Sometimes I just like maybe carve a little cat's face with whiskers on it into the wall or something. But better idea. I think, remembering back, I think I offered them 50 gold.
I think it was 50, yes.
Tell you what, take 50 gold, and she'll just offer her a little bag of 50 gold.
Okay.
If any of them have any information, tell them to pass it on to you, who can pass it on to me. And if none of them have any info, then just consider it another donation, alright?
She'll smile, and she'll say, "Of course."
Thank you, Ophelia.
She'll nod her head, and she'll make her way back in and shut the door, and you'll hear the wood being put back on the other side.
I suppose that's what I should get for interrupting bedtime. She turns back to you guys.
Well, hopefully the searching does come up with some leads from those little contacts of yours, but it's good that you're looking out. It's good that you're looking out for their well-being.
Well, once upon a time, I was in a situation just like them, and well, let's just say when you live in this part of the city, the blessings of Zelos, they're very few and far between.
So, for our other team, would you guys like to make survival checks to try to track the others to know where they went? Or did you guys discuss this before you left? That you might know where to find? Where were you guys going to meet up later? I assume at Zeros. But
Probably. The question is always at
Zeros.
Zeros. I probably would have mentioned to someone that I was going to the orphanage.
Yes, I think we would have all exchanged information
Yeah.
about where we were going.
Yeah.
well, assuming that it took you guys about 40 minutes to do all of that, we could say that you guys are able to ride back. So we'll say when this ends, you guys are able to make it back.
All right.
Okay.
Yay.
Yay!
We will then begin the time again, assuming that you guys have rejoined each other. Whoop! There we go.
Woo!
Whoa!
Heroic rearing of the horse.
Follows the
I
horse
got-
again.
I got
Falls
something.
off the horse again. Just each time it does the heroic nag, you just slowly slide off the back.
It's just, I am on the back of the horse, and every time its fucking ass bounces, she just gets ejected of it. But don't worry, I have bounty goblin. I'm fine.
So when Cyrille and Avara roll up, and she promptly falls off the horse, he's gonna be like, "Who's got the sample?"
Turns to look down at Bran.
Looks at the
You're
ranger.
the one with the sample, right?
Yep, she pulls it out.
Hang on to it. My guy might be the lead we need.
Puts it back in her pack.
Mhm.
Pulls it out. Puts it back.
Yep.
All right.
I don't know the how, but apparently he can use it to ask a mirror where this guy's at.
Scrying magic. Quite
Yeah.
powerful.
Scratching music.
Scratching music.
She makes sort of a nonplussed gesture of, well, do we go now?
He's like, he's waiting.
Well, that's
Well, no
By the way,
sense.
can I-
Avara
He's not.
moves
He
it.
doesn't. I should also elaborate because my grinding voice is very like. Is very lateral. He's looking pretty. He's looking pretty.
chipper.
He's looking pretty good about this one.
Good deal.
Good.
Well, no
Like rolls up.
sense.
He's like, "Hey, I got something."
Well, no sense lollygagging around here. Let's get moving.
Yes. Bran, assuming Avara does not mind being moved, Bran will simply move Avara, get on the horse, and
Uses Avara as a
Please
step. Uses Avara's ass as a step to step up to the horse.
After she fell on her face off the
Oh my
horse.
god.
there we go.
Hey, oi! Can I ride with someone who actually knows how to drive?
Picks
Do you
up
guys have more
Avara,
than
puts her
one
on my
horse?
shoulders.
The wolf looks at you obligingly.
Like, oh, that's better. Just
Bit more,
riding on.
bit better, better suited for her height.
He says, "Fret not. I'm a professional boofer."
Oof. Okay, so is Avara actually riding on Wolof?
I think John Darksoul picked me up, so I'm riding on his shoulders.
Yeah.
All right, so this group's going to get back first, and the rest of you are going to take longer to get there. So,
All right.
Okay, I'm gonna have Wolof standing guard outside, and will alert me if there are any familiar, unwelcome smells.
gotcha. All right, we will advance the timer
Right.
for the first group to make it back. Okay, you are now back outside of the Gilracer Trading Company Records building.
Yeah.
All right. Going toward the back door, and I will knock this time because I did tell him to lock up.
You hear the door unlock.
All right, and we go in.
You see the little mage hand going back towards him as it goes back to its original duties. Seems he had it come
Mhm.
over and unlock the door.
Yeah.
Just in case, we'll go ahead and bring his picture back up. Just in case we need it. No. Yes. Welcome back, Cyrille.
Thanks for waiting.
I'm very
You gotta-
excited to have the chance to try this in the first place to make sure it works.
This is Bran. Bran, this is Jasper.
She nods.
Well, let's do this thing.
Right. So, he will hold his hand out.
Okay. She will withdraw the vial, take a long look between him and it, and give it to him tentatively. Begin scribbling on the piece of paper as soon as she, is done. Don't use all of it.
He takes it rather gently from your hands, reads what you write. No worries. None of it should disappear at all, in fact, as part of this. Think of it as more of a focus rather than a material component.
She looks relieved.
He will sit down at his desk. He's going to unfurl the scroll that he had. And then he's going to start reading, double-checking everything. Okay. If I have my incantations correct, if I have everything set the way it should, the ritual should take about an hour to complete.
I did buy this thing from Algerian IKEA. Oh, now we're never gonna find him. Okay. Oh. If you need any help setting up for it, we'll be here.
No, all I need to do is begin the chanting and the work. All right. So setting the mirror down on the table, holding the little vial in his hand, he closes his eyes, begins to move his fingers, and begins muttering. And he's going to be sitting there muttering to himself for an hour. Makes you wonder why a scrying spell takes an hour to fucking cast. I don't know.
Mm.
But the rest of you will get there very soon after, about another 15 minutes. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and the rest of you will now be there.
Yay!
I'll be periodically keeping an eye out the outside to see if I spot any of our peeps.
And they do in fact arrive once you will see them arrive at here soon.
Mm-hmm.
Unless you guys have anything else to say, or if anyone's like, you want to redecide how you're going to do things, now would be the time. This man's going to take after 15 minutes. He's got another 45 to go.
All right.
Just sitting around playing Go Fish.
Play a game of cards. Just pull out a deck. Who wants to play?
Oh my god, she probably does.
It's got like 7 aces in the.
What do you do?
Yeah, she does.
Play blackjack. Play Go Fish.
Well, we could say, that that whole conversation that we were having before we started the clock. This is just where it slots in.
Yeah,
that works perfect.
As we play Go Fish, Uno, blackjack.
While you guys were figuring more about your. Yeah, okay, that's fair. I'll give you that. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Does anyone want to roll to see who wins?
12, 13, 14, 15, and then
Sure,
roll.
25, 30, 35.
What are we rolling? Intelligence or
45.
just straight d20s?
It's game of luck, right?
All right.
Let's see it.
Could always be a sleight of hand check.
I think Chesher's gonna do a sleight of hand check.
That's if you're cheating.
Oh, okay.
Do you cheat at Go Fish?
Not for a casual game, to be honest.
Yeah.
Not with friends.
Yeah. Hey, Bran.
Bran!
Bran is the winner of Go Fish.
I can't
I
see
was
the
muted.
cards
Yay,
because
hooray.
of the visor on my helmet.
That's why you couldn't win, and you're sitting there playing the whole time. They're like, do you have one of those? I can't see my cards.
I'm just like, do you have one of those? No.
You can't see the card.
Meanwhile, he's just holding Monopoly properties.
Monopoly property, a Yu-Gi-Oh card, a Magic Land.
Motherfucker doesn't even realize he's got that hollow Charizard.
Is that a chess piece?
No. It's a card.
Oh,
I can't tell you which
Right.
one that would, you're supposed to guess.
Yes.
I have blackjack. Throws a handful of rooks at you.
Jesus.
by the way, John, I can see all your cards. They're reflecting off of your shiny helmet.
Reflecting off of the helmet.
Oh my god, she would.
Jesus.
God.
This is the bane of anyone who plays Uno who is also wearing glasses.
Yeah.
You know.
What?
Mm-hmm.
What happened? Sorry, I was away for a second.
It reflects off of your glasses, and they can see it.
Oh,
Yeah.
So, I did pause, we'll unpause now that he is finishing the scry. And we have a will save to make. So, he only has secondhand knowledge of the subject, but he also has a body part. So, based on that, that's the modifier. Let's go find the sheet. Let's see here. That's what he'll have. What would the DC against this gentleman be? For him, let's see, DC is 10 plus the level of the spell plus his modifiers. And he is, in fact, a divining wizard, so he would have that feat.
Yes.
So his DC should be 14. We'll do that, so should be 14. Okay, so that should be the DC. And we will make the roll, and it will be a private roll. Alright. Alright. So with that made, you, based on the time, let me think. Be to do that. Okay. In the little mirror, as he starts to get to the apex of the spell, he starts to chant a little louder. Everybody's able to, whoever wants to be able to get around, maybe 3 people can comfortably look into the mirror at the same time. Because it is about the size of a hand mirror, right? So.
All right.
Well, will we want the people who are most able to probably identify where he is in the city?
Possibly.
If we can.
Mhm.
I don't know. Who wants to go, basically, is what I'm asking.
You know who would be probably good for this? Zero.
Zero is still here technically, so
Yeah,
I don't
yeah.
know. Actually, I think he put his character sheet online. Actually, so I just need to remember where the hell he put it. Boop. Let me Google Doc.
Hey, there you go.
And a link to the character sheet on the Google Drive.
Perfect.
There we go. Perfect. So we'll have Zero looking. Obviously, our friend Jasper is also looking.
Mhm.
Is there anyone else who would like to get close enough to try to be able to comfortably see?
Probably either me or Chush.
Yeah, what's your knowledge local?
Plus
Another-
7.
Plus 10.
I'm sorry, is knowledge local what's being asked for?
Well, it's because I was thinking who would best be able to like see into it and maybe identify where he is in the city, if possible. So I was
I have
thinking it would be
I have
Absolutely
a
pick me. I have 14.
Oh, go for it.
Yeah, Bran.
Get on my shoulders.
Scrambling up your back like a fucking
But
goblin.
Also, hey, Abby. I am having an unexpected family member visiting, and I am being
Summoned.
yes,
Oh,
because that's what responsible people do apparently.
I
Yeah.
see.
sorry, love.
Yeah.
Oh.
And it's my cousin from Sweden, so yeah, I cannot say no. So,
I see. Well,
No worries.
we will inform you of what we need to for next time.
yes,
No worries.
if you want to, you can DM me of if I need to blackmail the dwarves a bit more.
Okay.
But I will
We pause this.
I will approach to them as a girl boss and tell them I need a favor.
Okay.
Goodness.
I will
Snap.
keep that in mind.
All right.
I'll see you later, guys. Sorry.
Have a good
Bye.
one.
Later,
I'm
Ebony.
sorry.
Later,
Ebony.
Bye.
All right.
Yeah, it always sucks.
Yeah.
Well, anyways, we have Jasper, we have Zero, and we have Bran taking a look at this mirror.
And I did just roll a nat 20. So,
Okay. Well,
Holy fuck.
Oh my god.
holy shit.
Holy shit!
Lois?
Lois, turn the TV on. They hit the Pentagon. It doesn't matter what channel.
It doesn't matter what channel.
God.
So the mirror begins to cloud over. And let's see. So I actually have to look at how this here works real quick. Now, the funny thing is, it technically doesn't actually say that it appears in the mirror, and I imagine the wizard's the only one that's supposed to see it, but I don't give a shit. This is how it works.
Nah,
I am
nah,
DM
this is-
fiating it.
This is how it works.
Yeah.
This is
Rule
cooler.
of cool, baby.
This is
Rule
cooler.
of cool. Rule
So the
of
first
cool.
thing that happens is Zero can't make anything out. It is dark. Wherever this person is, it is dark. It is very dark, in fact. And a scrying magic, essentially you can see as well through it as you personally can see.
oh, that works out well for me.
You and Jasper, however, can both see in the dark in black and white. To a certain extent, it's still somewhat, hazy because of how dark vision is, but otherwise you can at least make out things in black and white.
Hmm.
You see this cloaked figure, seemingly carrying something from the position of the sensor, he seems to be carrying something very large. The area around him does, in fact, appear to be the sewer system,
Okay.
as far as you can make out. Is there any information through this you would like to specifically ask for? The scrying spell is going to last a number of minutes equal to the level of the caster, so you do have a few minutes to watch after him. And is there anything specific you would like to ask that you're looking at through the sensor?
With a 34, I would like the exact junction that he is currently at, please.
Let me
'Cause
see.
I'm assuming if this works the way that, say Victorian sewers in London did, that they have little
Mhm.
number plates and things that match the streets above, or, that could be cross-referenced with a specific sewer map.
I think we can do that.
Ooh.
So you're watching around specifically as he moves.
Hmm.
So we're gonna give that local check. We're just gonna say, we're just gonna say that's how it works. The little number plates give you that general idea of where they are, because you gotta have something for, like, hey, somebody's got to get something fixed. There's a leak. go to, section 7, subsection D or whatever, right? So,
Right.
So with your local check, you know all that sort of thing.
Hmm.
The next junction that he comes across is a 4-way junction. He continues straight. You will see the numbers 72.
Okay. Relying on that 34, do I know where 72 is?
You know from that local check that the numbers start closer to the castle. So the further north you are, the lower the number. The further south you are, the higher the number.
Okay. She immediately starts scribbling this down without looking up from the mirror.
Do
And
we know
then-
if it's what the maximum number is, what the highest number there is in the city is?
Good question.
I will say there's a lot of junctions and stuff's getting changed up a lot. But for sure, in terms of the junctions, let me think. How many junctions even would there be?
We can count manually.
Especially if it's a 4-way, yeah.
The numbers start towards the northeast. They end towards the southwest under dockside where the sewers come out into the harbor.
Gotcha.
And the numbers there, I would probably say we'll go for like 200?
So he's either
Approximately. So,
somewhere- so like there. Yeah, thereabouts. That.
something further south at the very least.
Well, that basically rules out like a massive portion of sewer systems we could be searching in.
Mm-hmm.
So at very much that is already huge,
Mm-hmm.
huge gains.
Yes. So as soon as she's, scribbled down Junction 72 and some other ancillary information, like, close to docks, would be close to the water, probably near a sewer outlet. She'll tear it off, hand it to Cyrille, and then kind of, just kind of grip his arm in that victory thing that people do. Yes, we've got him.
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen,
Ladies
and
we got
gentlemen.
him.
We've got him. Yeah.
So, Jasper doesn't have anything specific to go off of, but he might note a few things when we're done. You, Bran, are the only one who can still see. You still have a few minutes. Is there any other things you want to be looking for through the sensor?
I would love to know what this thing is that he's dragging.
Would you like to make a perception check for me?
Sure. Hell is my modifier? Obscene. 25.
The large object that he appears to be pulling behind him, or carrying, appears to be the head of a pig.
Ooh.
Okay. Another note, passing it to the religiously inclined folks. Reason for dragging head of pig? Sacrifice? ?
I'll go ahead and make a roll on that. If I might.
Sure. Knowledge religion.
All right.
Nice.
Religion. 25.
So many, the trade pantheon is the most especially in this part of the world, the trade pantheon is the most well-known pantheon.
Mm-hmm.
Some gods do ask for sacrifices of various kinds. We haven't quite worked it out yet, but there are various forms of sacrifices that are done to the gods of the trade pantheon. Some ask for it, some don't. I imagine that at this point, none of them that you know ask for animal sacrifice.
Yeah.
Often it is a burning of incense, or usually maybe some
Tithes to the church, etc.
ties, especially for Zelos.
Yeah.
His biggest quote-unquote sacrifice is donations and tithes. Those are how you show your devotion to him, is I'm sacrificing some of what I've earned for the betterment of the community.
Yeah.
Because Zelos is a very, his version of law and contract is very focused on community.
Yep.
So, because that's how you have law. You have law because you have community. So that's why he's kind of generally focused on that. So, so that's how he does it. Seorsa is a hunter, so you can sometimes occasionally sacrifice pieces of your hunt to her. She doesn't usually ask for the whole thing. She usually asks for, it's still something significant, but you're not going to go hungry. But it's kind of one of those thank you for helping me catch the beast sort of things.
Right.
So she probably asks for some animal sacrifice sometimes, usually a small portion of the burning, a small portion of the catch.
Yeah.
Regidos often doesn't ask for anything in particular. He doesn't do animal sacrifice. But specifically, like with a 25, you know that a lot of darker gods will often ask for very bloody sacrifices, often, where the point is to cause pain and suffering to the animal or the person. Doesn't really matter, as long as it bleeds.
If it bleeds, we can kill it.
Sacrifice it.
If it bleeds, we can sacrifice it. Yeah, exactly.
Well, it's checking all the boxes on evil god sacrifices. Ugh.
So you will overall, now the timer's been going, but we can sit there and easily just whatever, it happens during time. You will have up to 7 minutes. So
okay. I'd also like, I don't know whether this would be a sense motive or a heal. No, sense motive also doubling as kind of emotional intuition. How is he doing? Is he limping? Is he stumbling? Is he looking like he's hurt from this last encounter? Or is he merely jogging along with this, thing, singing to himself?
I could see a heal check for that.
Okay.
I would be willing to do perception too, just at a higher DC, but heal check feels more appropriate.
That's 12 versus 17, but I'll go with heal since I've already done one perception. See what I get. 15 total.
Heal checks usually aren't honestly that difficult, regardless. So,
okay.
Taking the looks that you can at him, knowing the damage that you've caused, say perhaps the ripped tendon at the leg as he tried to escape through the door, or arrows that have pierced him, he doesn't seem to be suffering from any of them.
Of course not.
Yeah.
Most likely healing of some kind.
Yeah.
Okay. It's another note ripped off and handed back over my shoulder. And then she, kind of makes a gesture as though to invite questions or anything that anybody may have. Because that's, I think, the extent of what she's going to be thinking about. She's figured out where he is. She's figured out the condition he's in. She's figured out what he's currently doing.
Yep, Bran can see things, so anybody that's got any questions that they want to see, you have a whole 7 minutes. I'm more than happy just to give you basically whatever you're asking for at this point. Anything else? Anything about him in particular you're interested in? More about his surroundings, his condition, looking at gear, looking at trying to see what you can through this. The sensor seems to generally be following above him.
It's still fully garbed, I take it.
Yeah, I was going to ask.
He is in fact fully garbed, yes.
Anything more
His
we
cloak,
can identify about him, though?
His cloak, his mask, his all that. You want to make perception checks? I'll see what bits I can give you that you're trying to discern anything you can about him.
Anything at all. I'll go ahead and roll. Are we all allowed to roll on this?
Bran would have to be the one to make the roll because she's the one who can see.
All right, you go ahead, Bran.
Okay, so I'm sorry. What are you having me look at something in specific, or you just want me to roll and then see what we get? From
Perception to just see if you can find any more identifying traits about this man.
Okay.
Trying to learn anything identifiable despite his disguise.
Okay, 28.
Okay, so what I'll try to do is, let me think. Okay. one of the first things you're going to catch is something that just reinforces what you learned earlier. The head of his cloak, you can see the telltale bumps of long ears.
Okay.
Now that you have the moment, you have a time to just observe him other than just through the vague bits and pieces that you can catch in between him just seeming to almost hide in the peripheries of your vision.
Okay.
So you can see the telltale bumps of longer ears. He does seem to be a skinnier individual. He does not seem to be portly or otherwise broad-shouldered or anything along those lines. Maybe as best you can from the position of the sensor, an average build, perhaps, of sorts. Okay. He's still wearing the mask. You still cannot see anything else in regards to that. He's wearing a very dark outfit. Seemingly, you do see, it wouldn't be the glint, but as a dwarf, you are very familiar with metalwork and such. You can see the sort of in fact, honestly, I don't think it's only just see. I think you can hear through the thing as well. Let me see. You could see and hear. Yep. So,
nice.
Although he is moving whisper quiet, like you can barely hear this man as he walks. It's almost as if he walks on air, despite the large head that he's carrying. You can still very slightly hear the clinking of metal beneath his shirt, suggesting that he's wearing armor, most likely a chain shirt of some kind.
Yeah, elven chain, no doubt.
Let me see, I've given, let me think. There was the ears, the build, some equipment. He is still wearing the gauntlets that you saw him with earlier. They are wickedly tipped, long nail, almost as if they're nails coming from the edges of it where it can claw at you.
Okay.
The cloak, it seems very difficult to sometimes keep your eyes on the cloak, almost as if sometimes the very edges of it seem to blur out of reality.
Okay, so that's a cloak of elven kind or worse.
He's got some very fine boots. Nothing in particular that you can make out about the boots.
Okay.
Otherwise nondescript clothing in particular.
Okay.
The mask is not currently glowing at the moment. It doesn't have the strange glowing smile that appeared on it earlier. It's just an otherwise a white mask that still does have a jagged, what looks like a jagged black, not a glass, they wouldn't call it a Glasgow grin, but similar, essentially stretching from ear to ear.
Sure.
On the mask.
Got it.
And comparing him to the height of the tunnel itself, he seems to be about an average. He's not unusually tall and he's not unusually short. He's about average sized for what you would consider to be an elf.
Average height, average build. Got it.
Otherwise, somewhat nondescript. Seems to be rather helpful.
Yeah, as the best are.
Towards the very end of the scrying, he stops for a moment. He seems to look around the tunnel for a second before suddenly his form becomes nondescript and he passes through the wall.
Okay.
At which point the spell will end.
Okay.
So, see.
With that perception, and the fact that we already determined the junctions and such. So is 72 still the last one that he passes, or was that the one that he was passing at the beginning of the 7 minutes?
That's the one he was passing at the beginning of the 7 minutes.
Okay.
And He passed maybe one more. That would have been 71.
Hmm.
Aha, so he's heading back north.
Mhm.
Okay.
Also, we can
He did
probably
not.
pinpoint...
Him going through the wall does not, as far as you can tell, seem to be that he recognized he was being watched. So it seems as though it was something he was intent on doing
It was
before
just
the spell ended.
Just his way
Gotcha.
of doing things.
Right.
So-
So, any identifying marks about that area that I'm able to pick up as the mirror clouds over again?
Give me one last perception check.
Okay. Come on, baby.
With a
That's
30.
a 30.
Hot dog.
With a short moment, as he looks around, you don't catch what he looks at, but he does look across the corridor, across the small, the inlet in the middle where the water flows. He looks across from where he is, and then goes through the wall. So you don't catch precisely what he was looking at, but you know where he was looking.
Understood.
Identifying marker.
Okay. Final questions.
Okay.
I have Dungeoneering and Geography. Would either of those be of any help to roll as we are gathering details over the course of this 7 minutes?
Geography would be more for overland. Dungeoneering is generally, dungeoneering is almost like a specific knowledge of dungeons, weirdly. But at the same time, sewers many times come up as dungeons. So often it's also about underground, it's about splunking, it's about, dungeoneering, funny enough, is one of those ones, it's almost like caving. It's like knowing, hey, I know how to search for bad air. I know how to, I know that I can, if I'm underground, pay attention to the wind pattern because it can tell you, where an entrance could possibly be, right?
Sure.
Things like that. So, would there be anything in particular that dungeoneering could do for you in this case?
Again, just more identifying marks of where he is, I don't know, like the fucking quality of the sewage that's going by. Is it noble shit or peasant shit?
I don't know. You see any fish eggs? A caviar goes right through you.
Oh my god.
I was going to say, no, that's an earnest question. Great, because it means they're closer to the docks. But no, we're just making a caviar joke. Fine.
I was going to say that, it's kind of... This is like the actual, I'm almost imagining a real, I don't know, like a detective show being like, I know where he is in the sewers. Why? Because the kinds of food that people eat from this area is in this shit.
Fucking
Oh my
CSI Newspire.
Wait! Zoom in on that shit! Enhance! Enhance!
Tastes a pebble. Plane crashed here.
God.
I really don't think you'd be able to make out that kind of detail, unfortunately, from your position. But you can be sure, especially with a dungeoneering, there's a very strong chance that in order to know where he was supposed to walk, that there's probably some kind of a marker that was left in the location. Which would also mean there's a chance that I won't even make you roll it. Just kind of like you have it. There's a strong chance that this is not the only place he does this. There's probably a strong chance that there are other marks and other locations that he uses for certain kinds of navigation. As to what it's navigating towards, that one you're on your own.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And if it's anything like the Undertunnels business, and if indeed these areas of sewer that he can go through are connected to these Undertunnels, then that means that we're still missing whatever the activation key is for that, which would mean that we have to go and still try and harangue that out of the air knights.
A final bit that I can give you is that when he changes to be whatever he's doing to pass through walls, as someone who at least has a tangential knowledge of magic, that means he can use whatever the ability is more than once.
Sure.
Yeah, I was going to say it's probably what happened was he just went ethereal and then went through the wall.
So
And
after
Yeah, fair.
that is the entrance to whatever his thing is, which means there probably isn't a doorway. It's just there might not be any form of doorway at all. It's just a locked off room.
Fair enough.
And after all said and done, the spell ends. Jasper opens his eyes, and his eyes roll back from the back of his head. Because he didn't have to look in the mirror, he had a more direct eye. So.
Mm-hmm.
This is an interesting person that you're chasing. The kinds of magic on him is astounding. Such a casual use of some kind of... If it was ethereal, he would have disappeared entirely, but he did not. Discorporation, perhaps? Almost ghost-like? The edges of his cloak seemed as if they trailed off into nothingness, just the way that a ghost's tail does, or the edges of them. Have you ever seen a ghost? Often the very edges of them seem to blur out into reality itself, almost as if the difference between them and the world around them is indistinct. That's... And those claws. This is no ordinary criminal you're chasing, is it?
Right not. He's real proud of what he does, and fortunately equally as good at it.
Bran is still sitting here tearing sheets out of a book every so often and handing them to Cyrille with more observations.
Of all those things that we were just talking about?
Precisely.
Yes.
And the last... the last one ends with a, several underlines and a question mark. Diagnose shit? Question mark?
We're gonna cast a spell. Diagnose shit. I'm sure a wizard could design it. Give him some time.
Diagnostics?
Diagnostics. Diagnose.
I got it. It was funny.
I got it. It's fine. I got to. Well. I'm just curious as to where that kind of magic would come from. That cloak in particular. Something about it seems... I believe that whatever power he's using, it is coming from that cloak. And not only is it not limited in a usage, it doesn't... So, I don't know exactly how you're supposed to describe in-world how the fuck magic works. But essentially, there's the difference between uses per day and increments of time. And he will essentially just describe, and however you would describe it in magical terms, to him, he wasn't using detect magic or any kind of identify through the scry. He didn't have anything prepared. But in his estimation, it is an increments of time, not a usage per day. In other words, it's one of those you could use, like, there's some things that say you can use it up to 10 rounds a day, you can use it up to 10 minutes per level, or 10 minutes total in 1 minute increments. He believes that it's something like that.
Okay.
And in his estimation as well, it's not an etherealness, because etherealness makes you disappear. You go to the ethereal plane when you do that. That's why he was thinking, maybe he's blinking, right? Or something like that. That's what caused you to miss him. In his estimation, it is more that he is very much like the ghosts he was comparing him to. The magic is making him incorporeal. Which, of course, you guys picked up meta because we had to figure out whether or not you were able to grab him earlier, but now you know in character, too.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Whoever this Joker is, I hope you catch him. Something about him screams bad vibes to me.
Yeah.
And not just the ordinary I'm stealing things, but in the... This is a man who enjoys what he does. and not just enjoys, but
Relishes in it.
relishes, as he lives for. It's the only thing that gives him purpose.
Not for long, it won't.
Agreed. This is definitely one criminal that can go behind bars.
Well,
If I'm being honest, it probably wouldn't hurt you to lock up and stay in the rest of the night with knowing that he's about like this.
I think I will do that. I think I might also look through what archives of scrolls or my books that I have and see if there isn't any other magic I can use to assist you. I won't even ask for anything in turn. Something about this man, he frightens me.
Well, even so, Jasper, you know I'm going to owe you big for it.
Of course. In this case, I think it better that what I have can be put to some good use for the city.
Right.
If I think of anything or find any magic of my own that will be helpful to you, I do have... If there's one perk of this job, is that sending magic is in plentiful supply.
As long as it doesn't put you too under budget, huh?
I have a budget that's free for my own personal use.
Oh, fair enough.
One of
Appreciate
those perks,
everything.
One of those perks of working for one of the largest companies in the city. And in a position that keeps me out of the public eye, no less. A better place for one such as myself.
Understandable. But appreciate everything you've done for us tonight. Thank you.
If I have anything, you will, in fact, hear from me.
All right. And, Bran, were you saying something?
Out of character, I was going to ask if, since you know this man better than any of us, you think it would be worth sharing what we know about the religious or mystical component with him?
That's a fair thing, because he did kind of just coast past the Atasha business before.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we can probably include that in.
Okay.
I guess.
So she'll slip you one last note to that effect, and let you make the call.
Something else that we do feel with his involvement. I did mention occultish phrasing before, and since I'm not going to speak it out loud, he's going to. He did note towards several sessions prior the Atasha, etc. Yeah, I can say it. Just that I'm in enough of character with Cyrille that
You're not trying to say it.
He's not going to try and say it out of, one, not comprehending, and two, I'm not saying it wrong or right, so I conjure some weird shit.
Don't want to speak the name of the dark out loud.
I have no intention of trying to speak this aloud or even trying to, so...
Oh, for goodness sake, his name is Voldemort. You might as well get used to it. He's going to try to kill you either way.
Solar, we're playing good fantasy right now. Anyway. I'm gonna get shat on for that one.
Yes,
I'm glad that soundbite's out there now.
Yeah, that's clipped, as the kids would say.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to
not skibbity.
No.
God.
He is going to then show the written form of it to him.
Have him make a roll real quick. Okay. I assume that this is an incantation or prayer of some kind to a darker entity of sorts. Yes?
Yeah.
It seems that he does not know much more about darker gods than perhaps Avara did. So, in fact,
Okay.
a lot less. So, is this related to your killer in some manner?
Yeah. Some kind of prayer that we imagine that would have some kind of he would use some kind of blood inscription, whatever gobbledygook these psychos are into.
That and speaks that whatever source of his magic is divine or otherwise evil in origin. That may very well help with any sort of spell research that I might need to do. Thank you.
It's his turn to get a note from Bran as soon as I pull up the relevant part of the journal.
All right.
One word. Aklo.
Is this... Ah, yes. Not a language I am familiar with, but being the position I'm in, translation is one of my many specialties. If I find anything related to a language similar, perhaps I will start putting some work in to translate it for you. If I find anything tangentially related.
All right.
Anything else?
That's all I got.
All right. Otherwise, he will bid you a good night and lock the door behind him as you guys go back out to the street.
Alrighty.
So, it is currently 4 o'clock. Ebony's usually the one that has to leave early. So, how are we feeling? How much longer do we think?
I've got about
I'm good.
90 minutes.
90 minutes. Okay.
I'm good. I have. Actually, let me do my own math here. Yeah, that's about when I have to start getting ready for band and eat and stuff. So.
Yeah.
All right.
We're
We
good.
got until about roughly 5:30, 5:45. Right. We can... What are you guys up to then? Now that you are outside of the thing, the city is otherwise generally, there's still a pretty good nightlife that does happen, but the city is still calmer generally around night.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
The lights are going on, the Prima men are moving about the city, turning the lights on. A thing that you all know, just as a fun little note, is that all of the lamps are in fact ever-burning torches. It's just, they can be turned on and off with a little magical item that they poke it with the end of the stick, and it turns it back on.
Nice.
Yep.
Cute. I wonder if that means that our friend is one of the lamplighters.
That'd be interesting.
maybe.
It's a possibility.
A little bit of lore there.
Yeah. Well, I think, personally, if we're on his trail, then no time to lose.
Mm-hmm.
Agreed. It's a matter of, even with a 34 or 37 or whatever I rolled, I'm assuming I don't have a perfect mental map of the above and below cities.
No.
So we probably need to find some sort of government records office or requisition a map of the sewers or something. That would be the easiest route.
That entire thing that Avara was on about.
Right.
Although the real question is that if this time of night there would be anybody that she could contact, which would have been the little contact that he gave me. Although the question is, would he know where she lives? Would she know where the buildings are? That's a good question. I will have to think about that for a minute while you guys continue to talk, and I'll just listen.
Alternately, we still have the signet ring, so at the very least, if there's a guard patrolling or something, one of these government records offices, we could say, hey, look, emergency, this can't wait till morning, we have inquisitorial permission, let us in. So
I
that we
think they're...
True, you do in fact. The inquisitorial privilege, you can do whatever, almost anything you want with inquisitorial privilege, you are correct.
I think
There's
that.
no better time to use it, I think.
can... Agreed.
Time is of the essence right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're in the end game, gents.
Let's get it.
Let's let's see here. We'll make a character, non-player. Let's find a name for this person.
Good old
Course.
fantasy name generator.
Yeah. It's just so quick and easy, and you generally just kind of go, you look at it and you go, oh, I'll change like a letter here or there, and then you're like, cool, perfect.
You've got my number.
Mm-hmm.
Bumdegare Brickbuster. Interesting. I don't know.
Brickbuster.
It's just. I just read it. It seems kind of funny. That's all.
So that's the two things I've got that I can think of that we might need as next steps if we want to, split up or anything.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we'll go with that. Play a quick little game of upload pictures. Go. Come on. There we go. Apply. Okay. Close. Close. And we can bring this person up as Ebony's, as Avara would know this person.
Mm-hmm.
So we can bring them up as who the contact is if they come in, if they happen to be necessary.
Mm.
Oh, hey, it's my cousin.
Hey.
Bran's cousin, I should say.
Yeah.
Hey.
Knowing dwarves, there's a very strong chance that even if she isn't, you probably know her relation to you.
Bran's cousin Braun.
Bran's cousin Braun. And then their other cousin Brain.
Yeah. He's the
Bran,
wizard.
Braun, and Brain. He's the wizard.
One fat, one short, one sane.
Oh, God.
A fun thing that I had always considered, I think it's even true of just dwarves in general, but I always love that idea that they are very, very, very ancestors and history is very important to a dwarf. So in general, you may when I say you may actually know her relation, no kidding, you may actually know. So, but
I hear you.
This is the part where I also get the question of, what are the fucking subtypes of dwarves? This is, we got some time. I could take a look real quick. Like, I'm assuming you're just a standard dwarf, right? No subrace?
As far as I know, the only thing I've got going for me is the one with spell resistance. I'm an iron citizen, if that means anything.
Mm. The only one that's like a separate race entirely in Pathfinder
You
is
do
Rorgar.
Yeah, it's usually the whole alternate racial traits sort of deal.
Yeah.
And a lot of in like 5e they do the sub races. In Pathfinder they just do the alternate traits. If you want sub races, you kind of quote unquote make those up.
Right.
Them
I have the
Dweller-
general idea that there are hill dwarves and mountain dwarves, right? So would you consider yourself a hill dwarf or a mountain dwarf? Did you come from the dwarven city or a dwarven city in a mountain, or more like a dwarven community?
Oh fuck! I
That
have
was
to
in the
remember what her
hills.
backstory is. Well, she was a merchant. I think we agreed that she was some sort of, especially with her 7 charisma.
Well, there's a reason
Kind
she's
of
a ranger.
Yeah, she split off from the community that she grew up in, whatever it was. I think we said that she might have been around for the destruction of Spiredown, and might have.
How old
been
is
part
she?
of it. 94.
I assume. Then yes, absolutely, she would have been around for that, and she probably knows the stories of the champions, and maybe even had a chance, distant encounter, like was part of the forces that helped to kind of fight back against the
forces of Morgalla.
Against the forces of Morgalla. There's a chance she may have been involved in that too.
Yeah.
So
Well, she is level 6 at this point. I think we agreed she was a merchant caravanner. She was like a caravan guard or something, and that's what happened to her throat. And she made her way from Spiredown to Newspire and kind of grew up with the city, far away from any kind of dwarven community or anything. But at least
Makes
aware of
sense.
its existence.
I feels to me, and then look. Let me see. Let me try to find her fucking picture again here. I have everybody's characters here. There we go. Looking at her, she feels more like a hill dwarf than a mountain dwarf. And I think that if we're going to make sub races, they exist, right? Mountain dwarves are probably generally paler and have the pointed ears. So you see, we have the picture here. We'll say that she's a mountain dwarf. So,
Okay.
I don't know. We're just figuring out. At this point, we're not even related to what you guys are doing, which means I'm going to give you a couple of minutes here because we've just been doing this for no reason. Anyways, so we will go ahead and have Avara, knowing the contact, knowing the building, is able to lead you guys to the head building of the Masons Guild. Is there a specific company name associated with this? No, they are in fact, honestly, many say that they are in fact carrying the same tradition as the Masons Guild of the original Spire Down itself.
Hey.
Companies are a different sort of organization, but the guilds, in a sense, you could almost, it's not quite correct, but you could do almost like the capitalist versus labor sort of thing. Companies versus guilds versus unions, kind of, but it's not quite right because guilds are more, they train you, you apprentice to them, you become journeyman, all that kind of stuff, right? So, but they are a proper guild and not a company. So, so they just call themselves the Masons Guild. Mostly dwarves, but they're not the only ones. So. And they are going to, as one of the older entities in the city, especially having helped to build it, they are most certainly very close to the castle itself. So it'll end up leading in that direction. And you guys will be outside of the Masons Guild. Their symbol being, well, honestly, might as well just, you have the square and you have I think they're called calipers. So.
Hey?
All right.
Right?
I believe so, yes. They're like grips.
The little caliper? Yeah. Oh, yeah. I was thinking something different, actually.
Oh,
but
no?
I was thinking of the little thing they use for navigation on maps, like that little measuring tool.
That's a compass.
Compass.
Is it?
Yeah, it's another. It's the same one you had to use to draw all those fucking circles in geometry.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Because it's
not
it goes by the same name.
It's not the direction compass. It's the
yeah the tool.
The tool compass.
Because I'm used to it being that little, like you set a certain distance on it based on what the map says the distance is supposed to be, and then you can that thing. There you go.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, compass.
And then usually the idea was that you could kind of walk it in order to figure out what the distance was on the map. So it is called a compass. Okay, that's fair.
Yep.
Yeah.
So it probably has 3 tools on it then: a square, a caliper, and a compass. Basically,
the thing I was told I need for geometry class in high school that I never once used.
Well, they're not teaching you how to make architecture, are they?
No.
They're teaching me that 2 + 2 is 4 for 4 years.
They're asking me to make proofs when the work is right fucking here, you stupid idiot.
But can you prove this? Yes, right here. This is I proved it right here.
Drew a bunch of pretty pictures and stuff too. I thought you'd like that sort of thing.
Anyways, so their little symbol is a mixture of those 3 things that makes up a sort of diamond shape.
Okay.
With a small little, just generic, dwarfy face in the middle. Because they're mostly dwarves, and it was founded by dwarves. They take pride in what they do.
Squeak,
you
squeak.
are...
Squeak,
Sorry, my water bottle squeaks.
You got a rat in the room?
It's just the water bottle. There's a little squeaky.
And a squeaker.
Interesting.
You are now outside the building.
All right.
Okay. Well, I have had the foreground for a lot of this episode, so somebody else step up.
Avara would be the one to do so, and I guess maybe even Zero, but neither of them is here. So, what we will do is Zero is going to try, based on what you guys said, Zero is going to ask for the ring, and is going to find some of the local guards that are on the street, anybody that's patrolling, and basically be like, "Hey, we need your help. We need to get in this building. We have information we need from the Masons Guild, and we need your help." Right?
Mm-hmm.
And show them the ring. The guards they can question if they want to, but they really can't say no. They will come over to help, and they will, in a sense, stand guard so that if any other guards come by and say, "Hey, what's going on here?" they can explain. We've got an Inquisitor doing work in the building.
Right.
Yeah. And I mean, it honestly, in some ways, it would be good to have them around so that they, given the negative response that we've gotten in the past, it would be for the best if we had them standing there so they know exactly what we're doing.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. And otherwise, now it's just a question of getting in.
Looks
Well,
to
the odds
Chesher.
Does Cheshire want to get you in?
I can get you in.
Do you want to get us in?
I'll get you in. Do I have permission from the paladin to get you in? She says, pulling out her thieves' tools.
I will turn and look the other way. I saw nothing. I don't know what it said. I don't know what Wuten's response is. I'm talking for him.
She's not stopping. She's
You
not
have
like
the
holding this
authority.
against you.
You have the authority of the
Inquisitorium, right?
The Inquisitor. It's
It's
the Inquisitor himself.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
You have the authority of the Inquisitor. I have no reason to question it.
That's a first.
Technically, you are lawfully entering.
Yeah, we are lawfully entering.
Again,
We are
That's a
lawfully entering
first.
the premises. We are lawfully entering the premises.
well, that's a 33.
Well, being in a fancier part of the city, being in one of the older buildings, and being built by dwarves, the door is practical, but otherwise it is a fancier door, which means it does use a pin and tumbler lock.
Mhm.
You know how these work. With a 33, legitimately, if you guys have ever seen those lockpicking channels, you could just one little and you're done. You're in.
Oh yeah,
hmm
yeah. I know the ones.
This is a tumbler lock. You can open it with a tumbler lock.
The tumbler lock. This is
Yeah.
This is a master lock. You can open it with a toddler's master lock.
Yeah.
Anyway,
The
We're
door is
in.
open. All right. At this point, it's a question of searching through records to try to find some kind of a blueprint or other things that can guide you towards figuring out the layout of the sewer system.
Mm-hmm.
search time.
Yep.
Some search time. Now, this is going to be a question of I'm going to use. You guys will find it. The question is how long it will take you.
All right.
Okay.
Okay.
So, what would the right skill be? I think I would allow linguistics. Perception's not quite right for this.
Knowledge local.
Good question.
Knowledge
Definitely
engineering.
linguistics for sure. Knowledge engineering I actually would allow. That might help with the understanding how it's organized. So I would allow those two,
Okay.
or just a straight intelligence check. Knowledge local, I mean,
So I'm sorry. Was that done?
Would you allow knowledge local to assist?
knowledge engineering.
Okay.
Knowledge local I would allow as an aid, as an assist, because it's like I know how most people in the city tend to organize, so it would help.
Yeah.
So
I will roll local for an assist.
okay.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I'm going to be able to do too.
Okay.
And Chesh has a linguistics, so
I got a 17,
Yeah.
which is with to assist.
And engineering is not an assist. Engineering would be an actual straight check. It doesn't have to be an assist. Local can assist. So.
Okay, so
Bran,
that
you-
is also...
Okay. So Cyrille, what did you roll for? Cyrille rolled the assist. Bran rolled an assist. John Darksoul, what did you roll?
Assist for knowledge local.
So add a 6 to that.
Plus
17 becomes 18, 19, 20 becomes 23. Okay.
Avara and 0.
Right. I have 0 sheet. I don't think I don't remember if I have Avara sheet. Shit. Wait. Yes, I do. It's right here. It's in my
Hey, there it
obsidian
is.
where I've been organizing everything. Alright.
Woohoo!
Right.
I just keep forgetting about that. All right.
Yahoo!
She has knowledge
Right.
local. Well, if she had a higher score in it, I would actually just use profession bookkeeper. That actually works really well.
Yeah.
Shit, I might even just do that anyways. I said knowledge. She does not have knowledge engineering, and she does not have linguistics. Actually, technically, it's her best choice.
Mhm.
So, or she could just assist. And in this case, I'll have her assist, and she doesn't have to roll to assist because she's worked for them before, so she just gives it to you.
Mhm.
And 0, blessed be.
Thank you.
Has that, and does have that, and is actually better at that. So we'll give him the roll, and he gets the extra d6
Mhm.
because of his class. $33.
Ooh.
Jesus Christ.
That is a knowledge engineering.
Hell yeah.
So, 0 leads the charge on this shit, and you guys are able to find it in, I'm going to say, half an hour.
All right.
I was going to say, kicks the door in and walks directly to the right cabinet.
Basically.
Mhm.
So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. About 30 minutes or so. Although never having worked with these people before and seeing the massive reams of paper that they're keeping track of, not just for keeping track of work that they've done and stuff they've been paid, but also every single blueprint they've ever done for anything, including the castle itself. You know, anybody ever better make sure Chesh doesn't pocket that.
Oh, would she?
I think
Would
that is
she
Cheshire's
pocket?
payment for this.
Would she, in fact, pocket a map of the castle itself? Of Castle
in fact,
Chronamia.
I think you would see her look at it. You would see her look at it. She would look up. She would see you looking at her, looking at it,
Yep.
and then she would just say, "Oh no, I'm not that stupid." And
I
You
don't want to
can't
infiltrate
see
the
it.
castle of a level 20 magus.
You
Fuck
can't
that.
see it, but you almost sense the eyebrow raise from under the helmet. Mm.
I might have a look at the local Newspire prison, though. You know, just for future reference. You know, just may come in handy later on.
Would you like to sleight of hand, see if you can happen to get a quick look if nobody's seeing?
Yes.
Go for it.
I'll quickly sleight of hand that.
If anybody wants to make perceptions to notice her, just happen to find and look at some prison layouts. Well,
my.
we already have a perception check. Good luck!
Oh, so close to a 20.
No.
Yeah.
Bran absolutely notices you happening to look at a couple of other blueprints.
All right. Do I
I don't
notice
think-
she
I don't-
notices?
I don't know if Bran cares, but
Yeah.
that's up to her.
Well, yeah, she's taking a look anyway.
Cyrille
not-
just barely misses the fact. Just barely misses the fact.
You notice that Bran is very, very focused on what they are doing, but when she sees you doing this, she just gives you a wink.
Winks back.
and everybody else missed it.
You cheat.
Anybody that would care missed it.
Yeah.
I don't think
yeah.
Avara or Zero would care.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. She's not pocketing it, she's just memorizing
looking.
it. Just looking.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
So you guys will now have a proper map of the sewer system. It is the newest one you were able to find, which means that any work that's been done since then, but it's probably especially with dwarves, it's probably a very reliable map.
Yeah. And, I mean, any work that they would have done, it's probably not that substantial.
Correct.
So.
And in fact, it is marked, each little junction.
Ooh.
Tremendous. Does anything stand out about the area around Junction 71?
Junction 71 is going to be generally, let me think based on the numbers here, going from 1 to about 200 in terms of junctions. 71 is 72 and 71 are off towards this end of the residential district.
Okay.
Between many different sections of the city, the parks, the fishmonger's distance, and the light tower and the docks. Which you could probably guess then, there's a strong chance that his door with the three dot dice probably lets out somewhere in this area within about an hour's journey. And or the sewer entrance he used would also be in this area.
Understood.
Interesting.
If anything in specific stands out... Trying to think where any kind of various buildings are. Where does the fucking city get its water from? I assume that it probably has an aqueduct from the local river, because there is a river that lets out very, very close to the city,
Yes.
and it wouldn't be too hard to divert some of that flow to the city itself, which fills up the cisterns, which would probably be, let's just say that the city generally slopes from the northwest to the southeast, which means that the cisterns are generally located up here, and water will flow down as the downhill, but then also down because the sewer system follows the same slope as the city, down around from... Now, it's kind of funny that the numbers were supposed to start up here, but, you know, whatever, fuck it. It's probably because they read left to right, so that's why it starts like that, because they're reading left to right, even though the cisterns start up here and flow around Newcastle, vaguely, some of it through the parks and markets, some of it through the residential, some of it to the docks, but mainly splits off under residential into two major sections, one that leads down towards the fishmonger's district and the other that leads down towards Dockside, creating a kind of triangle, mostly. Not that there aren't other little offshoots. So his is the area he was in was most firmly in this first section.
Okay.
Let's see.
That's not where I wanted it. Right about there.
Cool.
And what is our nearest entrance to that?
The nearest entrance to the sewers is at the junction here, where 3 different areas have access to throw their waste down into the sewer.
All right. Well, I'd say that gives us a lot to go on. Are we prepared to jump in and do the sewer dungeon today?
You have about another hour from the looks of it, depending on what you guys want to do.
Mhm.
Deathly silence.
Yeah. considering all.
Oh,
the,
I was muted.
Oh. I was just being silent, considering like our potential options.
Sure.
I was just gonna say
You guys have also been working all day.
We have.
As a note,
We
it is
have.
10 o'clock at night. You guys have been working since 6.
We have.
Are
You
we at
will-
risk of
if you
becoming
do-
fatigued?
If you do continue, I would start doing those forced march, where every hour you make a Constitution check to see if you become fatigued. If you want to push yourself, depending on how urgent you think it is, and how cold you think the trail will go, and so on,
Hmm.
and how prepared you are, because it is dark down there.
Well, I'm prepared.
Several members have dark vision. In fact, I think there's but 3 of you don't as well.
Yeah.
Skulking through the sewers. This is what Chesher was made for. But if you guys want to take time to prepare, that's fine.
I need to figure out a method for dark vision. Otherwise, I'd need to bring a torch down there, and I don't want to bring a torch down into the sewers.
Well, there's also
Methane.
always the non-flammable option of a sunrod.
Yeah, that's true. But then I'd need to
I
get a
have a
sun rod.
couple, though.
Does
You guys have enough of a budget
I do.
and you guys probably honestly just have stuff laying around. I'm not anything that's not overly expensive. I'm happy for you guys to have a couple of them if you need it.
I have a
You're in a
sunrod
si-
and I have a sunrod and an everburning.
Oh wait, I actually have an
Oh.
iron torch. Never mind.
You have
I
an
just- I
ion
just found it.
torch. Cyrille has an ever-burning torch. I think
And
you guys are
sunrods.
probably fine. And sunrods, which are also useful not just for I can see, but also I could crack one and I can leave it somewhere. A useful other than using chalk to mark where you're walking. You can also use sunrods.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know,
Yes.
just a note.
As Aesop was doing at one point.
Does Avara have any spells that could grant dark vision? Just as an option to check.
Let's see. She has her equipment. Let me see. Yeah, she didn't have any light items because she could see in the dark. And her oversized ears, too. Although... These motherfuckers learn spells, I'm pretty sure. I forget. No, they don't.
Investigator?
Oracles.
Oracles? No, they
Oracles, yeah,
they pick up
that-
things as they level up.
Yeah,
Spontaneous.
Oracle spells known. They do, in fact, have a number of known spells. But
Right.
he doesn't have them written down.
Hmm.
So I don't
Yes.
actually know what spells he knows.
It's also not on the Oracle spell list. It's Alchemist 2, Anti-Paladin 2, Psychic 2, Ranger
Ooh,
3.
Actually,
Sorcerer Wizard
check
2.
if you can check Zero's spell list.
Zero does not use spells. Zero is a sleuth investigator that does not use magic.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, damn.
He uses luck instead. So
Right. Okay.
and inspiration, luck and inspiration instead, basically. So
Mhm.
I don't know. I don't suppose anyone has the Deep Earth bloodline.
What's the deep
As a matter of fact,
It's the
speaking
only
of
other thing that
that,
grants that as a spell.
well, I mean, an ever-burning torch. The funny thing about them, they are heatless, and all they do is provide light. They do not otherwise. They don't work like normal fire. They just give out light.
Yep.
Sewer
So
explosion levels Newspire.
between the ion torch, the sun rods that Cyrille has, and his ever-burning torch, you guys are pretty good to go if you have
Okay.
in terms of light. So
All right.
you'll be able to see.
So, do
Okay.
we want to risk the fatigue?
Do you guys feel as though you would be able to make the Constitution saves? It is, if I...
I'll pause for a little bit.
Yeah.
It has currently been about 3.5 hours since you last saw the killer,
Yeah.
roughly.
Yeah.
Mhm. In person.
Forced march
In person.
is DC 10 plus 2 per extra hour for Constitution check.
Starts at 10. Starts at 10, goes up by 2 per hour afterwards.
However,
And then otherwise you become fatigued.
yeah, you take D6 of non-lethal and you become fatigued. Though, I
fort-
will say, if you eliminate the non-lethal damage, it also eliminates the fatigue.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Well, my fortitude is +6, so it is dubious for me, but I'm willing to risk it.
I can only fail on a nat 1 towards the beginning.
Yeah, same here, especially since I've got endurance.
Endurance helps in this situation. You can literally just
It
keep
does.
pushing yourself
Once.
far further than most. So,
Oh, literally the only time that it fucking does a damn thing.
Hey. Yeah.
see, that's usually because most DMs aren't clever enough to make situations where it's useful.
Mm-hmm.
So, that and most of the time, everybody loves to just skip over. Oh, we traveled 3 days. Okay, well, did anything happen during those 3 days? Shit. So,
You walked a very, very long time.
Yes.
when time is of the essence, endurance is the feat to have.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, what are you guys doing?
I think I'm good to go if you guys are.
I could live with it.
Same.
Is there any risk of me becoming exhausted?
Nope.
No.
You can
Okay.
march yourself to unconsciousness, but you cannot become exhausted.
I'm willing to risk it. It's just non-lethal damage and a -2 to strength and dex, right? And I can't
I-
run or charge.
Sounds about right.
Okay. Yeah, I'm fine. If that happens, it'll suck, but it's not the end of the world.
We will have everybody go ahead and make a constitution check then. So I believe it's specifically a constitution check, right? Let's check.
Yes, it is.
A constitution check. So it's not a fortitude save, it's a constitution check.
Okay.
Now that
So
is
it's your
gonna be spicy.
straight constitution bonus. So I will go ahead and make zeros real quick.
Oh, go on!
Wow. Alright.
He was ready
What?
for a nappy.
The dice are at it again.
All right. Con check.
Yo, your dice knocked mine over, and I thought I rolled a 3, but apparently I rolled a 19.
Nice.
So,
All right. 24.
okay.
Okay.
And then Avara. Whoops. Okay, both Avara and Zero are fine. And I guess Bran and Cyrille. Would you guys like to... Let me see. First, Bran. Bran, you will take 2 points of non-lethal damage and be
Okay.
fatigued. Cyrille, you will take 3 points of non-lethal damage and be fatigued.
Okay.
Avara is happy to pop 2 uses of her Cure Light Wounds wand to heal you guys both up, so you will no longer be fatigued.
Works for me.
All right. Cool.
But for every hour after, the DC starts going up. So,
Mm-hmm.
anyways, starting the timer again, you guys are currently in front of the Masons Guild building. Assuming that you lock it back up after you leave. Just to be nice.
Yep.
You inform
long
the
as we
guards
can.
that you have what you need,
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
and they promise to make sure to let the guard captain know.
Okay.
Who is the guard captain of Newcastle district specifically, the paladin you guys worked with before. Argoth
Excellent.
Silverspire.
That's
This
the
guy.
gentleman who introduced us? Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
He is in fact essentially the captain of the district. So
Yeah. All right.
Do we want to let them know to let him know that we are exactly what we're doing, or just that we've got a lead?
No. No, we're supposed to keep this under wraps.
Okay.
well, to the public, but
Yeah, but they don't need to know.
It's a question of whether
it's
the
a
guards
need-to-know basis.
themselves will
Yeah,
talk.
It's on a need-to-know basis.
you could always tell them to shut their fucking mouths.
Yeah, you could. But
When you have an inquisitorial ring in your hand and you tell them you tell no one, I will let you guys know that the reputation of the Inquisitors is very much based on, the way Sibelius can work.
Mhm.
If he doesn't want you to know he's coming after you, you will not know until the last moment.
Yep.
So, Inquisitors are very well known for being able to, you don't know that they're after you until they've got you in handcuffs. So,
Yep.
they are very well, their reputation is well earned. Most have a very healthy respect and perhaps a slight fear. Most like the church, most do not like the active arm of the church.
Yep.
The clerics don't actively look for you, the Inquisitors do.
Mm-hmm.
But that's still up to you guys. Just, a little bit more extra background in case it changes your mind. So.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well, I cannot say anything, so I'm going to leave it up to the people who can.
Well,
I don't hear anything. I will otherwise assume you guys are still going with your original plan.
yeah, I think we're
Okay.
going for it.
You're just informing them of. So what was it again?
We got all the information we need, and
And that they're just going to let the guard captain know you were there, but you're not telling them where you're going.
yes.
Okay, just checking. All right. Forward we go. Are you guys going to go to that entrance that was down here?
I think so.
Yeah?
Okay. That journey should take, based on the city, based on your location, assuming that you guys are hustling, let's go for a half hour or so.
All right.
Okay.
Let me see. Do I have... No, see, I gotta check something real quick.
How many of us can fit on Cyrille's horse?
2.
Okay. So this isn't a sedan.
No. Not a sedan horse. Okay.
Oh, we're not stopping at McDonald's.
What?
Dad, I'm
Single-
hungry now.
A single black coffee and then leaves.
I'm hungry for, and I'm hungry for the mix. Shut the fuck up.
Fine.
Chicken, by the way.
Goodness.
Is that going to be correct? I don't know. I think it doesn't actually matter, but we'll find out in a second here. To be fair, down there, it's not going to matter. Okay. So, you guys do a little bit of roleplay real quick, and I'm about to pull some magic here for a second. Let's just say I had a map for an entirely different encounter that never happened that I am now squeeing that I still have the chance to use. So,
Okay.
Nice.
Fair enough.
Okay.
but I also didn't exactly complete the map because you guys didn't do the encounter, so I stopped working on the map.
Okay.
So,
Yeah,
No.
no worries.
I might go and take me a pee break and get some water.
perfect timing.
Actually,
Pee
you know
break.
what? Yeah, pee
Pee
break.
break.
Pee break.
Pee break.
All right. We will be right back, guys.
Pee break.
And we're back.
Well,
So,
Let's see it. Okay.
as we are on our way, a thought will occur to Bran, and she will tap Cyrille or whomever, and communicating as best she can with gestures. Ask if anyone can do bludgeoning damage.
I have a sap.
That would not be helpful in knocking down a wall.
You don't know me.
acting like my
hand.
soft, blunt object can't.
Raise his hand.
You do?
Flexes his cestus.
Raises
Oh, nice.
raises
And a
hand.
fist.
Flexes fist.
All right, no need for sledgehammers then.
I mean, a sledgehammer could still be useful.
It could
but,
still be. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or a pickaxe.
You know what? Fuck it. Let's meme this shit. We're riding at a reasonable pace through the city.
Mhm.
What's the likelihood that there's just a sledgehammer or a pickaxe just happen to be sitting in a barrel along the route?
I would say give me a perception check, but yours is fucking obnoxiously high. So,
You're welcome.
so there's some work being done somewhere. Actually, we don't even need to do that. You're in the fucking Masons Guild. Pick whichever one you want before you leave.
Hi ho, it's off to hunt criminals we go.
Hi ho, we're off to work we go.
Yeah.
I forget. I was gonna try to.
This is
I
our
was trying to
work.
find something clever.
This is
and I
our
couldn't,
work.
so. True.
It's true. So yes, I'll grab one on the way out.
All right. So you will have a pickaxe available to you.
Perfect. I think I can get proficiency with that.
There we go.
I think you... I don't want it to sound racist, but I think you would get proficiency with that, right? I mean,
Let's
it's
check.
Dwarf weapon familiarity. They are proficient with battle axes, heavy picks, and warhammers.
Hey,
Son of a bitch, so it is.
And to be fair, I think it's also a martial weapon, and you're a ranger. So,
Which is what I was
regardless.
relying on, but still.
yeah.
but regardless, as a dwarf, you can pick up a pick and be like, "I'm used to this. It's in my blood." Didn't even have to teach me. I could pick one up when I was a babe.
If she could say any of that, I'm sure she would.
Yeah. Oh shit! I almost forgot this section. Fuck.
I've got to say, she has certainly been interesting to play. She's not my usual fare.
It's always
Yeah.
it's fun to use a one shot to try things that you're not familiar with.
Yeah.
I think that's enough, and then I just have a few things to pull in. Let's see. Okay. Did I just change how that was? I think I just changed how that was. Yes, that's what I did. Okay. So they should be fine where they are then. Okay. Then we need to grab you guys.
Making our way downtown.
Walking fast. Kicking ass and you're homebound. Right, I'm gonna have to handle that in a minute.
Like that GTA mod where you're just driving the piano down the street.
Alright. Is this everybody? Avara, Bran, Chesh, Cyrille, John, Wolof 0. Yep, that's all of you. Okay. Okay, that's why. Okay. And we can move you guys to the map. You guys will be in the lower left corner.
I see.
Okay.
The sewer entrance here is, in fact, it's meant for people to be able to throw what they need to down into the sewer.
Yep.
And whenever you want to activate your light source, just let me know and I can turn it on for you, for those who need it.
I am making a saved game in a new slot.
Oh, it's big when we use the new slot.
Mm-hmm.
All I have to say is that this is honor mode and you only have one.
Oh, shit.
Anyways.
The last is lousy mode.
Achievements are enabled.
Already out.
Yeah,
Okay.
so
So,
Already
quick
shout.
question.
So first off, this took you guys 30 minutes and I already advanced the timer to that, I believe. So,
Yep.
starting time.
Quick question, Chaotic, about the
Quick
sheath
answer.
that we have to have for our swords. Is that removable?
You guys, because you have Inquisitorial privilege, did not need to do that. Inquisitorial privilege
Okay.
allows you to keep your weapons unbarred while you
Okay.
are in the city.
Okay, excellent.
okay.
In that case,
But otherwise it would be, because really all it is a peace bond. Like, say it's your sword, you would just tie a rope around it so you can't pull it out, but you could just take the rope off.
oh, okay.
It's
fair
not
enough.
it's not like what it is it's one of those when you come in the city, you show the guard, yes, this is my weapon, you see I have the cord on it.
Yep.
I can't pull it out easy.
Yep.
So
Okay.
Just so you know, for references of me, I'm pulling out my Swordbreaker dagger to have in my hand.
Okay.
But I'm also taking my potions out of my concealed items and I'm putting it onto my bandolier.
So rather than being concealed, they are now actually
Yeah.
on your person.
Same as crossbow ammunition, the crossbow, sap, and my daggers.
Mhm.
Okay. So you guys, just as you're walking down here, all of a sudden just things just start to appear off of her that you didn't see before.
Yeah.
The
You
boot
don't want to
blade,
ask if she had like how long she's had those.
the boot
but
dagger,
you have a feeling
the sap, the cestus, the entire longsword pulled right out of her,
Out of her
right
mouth.
out
It's
of
like-
her bra,
What?
like
of her
pulled
bra.
right out of her
out of her
strap.
bra. Oh my goodness.
You know, pull like
Damn,
a
it's
fucking
just like,
Raiden
how much do you
Shogun.
keep in there?
Look,
Wouldn't you like
it's
to know?
always important.
Yo! Great magic item, bra of holding.
Oh my
Anyone?
god.
Hell yeah.
I've
Yeah,
seen that one.
You can cosplay Rouge the Bat. Jesus Christ.
Man, these things are so big, I need a bra of holding.
Let's just hope like it doesn't actually accidentally break or anything. That would be bad.
That, or you always have to remember that technically it opens into a little pocket dimension. So it's just a pair, just hanging out in the
Just
middle
hanging
of
there.
just hanging there in the middle of the plane.
Some wizard trying to shortcut to the ethereal plane, just looking past. What the fuck?
Even worse, he's like, "What are those? I've never seen them."
Oh my god.
Boink, boink, boink.
Anyways,
There we are.
It's like that Pirates of the like that, but like, and also the Pirates of the Caribbean movie where it's like where it's like Elizabeth is taking all the guns out of her like armor. Or whatever.
fair. you guys should have control of yourselves, and you should be good to go.
Okay.
Alright.
Well, I will say Wolof is not happy, but he will continue to follow. It smells down here, so
Right.
It's
Yeah.
Do we
and he's
wanna
got a
assume,
particularly sensitive nose. So
Do we want to assume a marching formation?
Yes,
Sure.
and I'm going to say first things first, stealth check. For me, at
Yeah,
least.
me too. Me too.
That's 27 for me.
Okay.
That's 18.
It's 10.
That's a 31 for me.
And a 20 for Wolof. I'm sorry, a 20. 16.
Fair. I wish there was a way to give somebody command of these. I'm sure there's a way to do it. Let me see. Zero, display name, coordinates. Configuration, light, resources. No, I can't seem to actually give someone control of the token. Let's see. Because I just wanted to give someone control of the token, but so that you guys can handle it for me. Here, I can configure ownership. Who would like to take command of Zero and Avara for this?
I've already got 2, but
Okay. Anybody else? Let's say John. Would you like to take Zero?
Yeah, I can take 0.
Okay. So I'm going to give you owner for now. There you go. Luckily, I mean, it's not like there's anything on any sheets that matters, but I make you an owner. Oh, I made you an owner of Avara, I think, by accident. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'll
You
take
can just
Avara
take
then.
Avara for now.
That's fine.
Yep. And then Cyrille, I'll give you the other one.
Okay.
Guti, owner. And then we'll just change those later. There we go. Okay. You can now control those and bring them along for the journey.
Okay. perfect.
Well, as the resident rogue, I'm gonna opt for Chesher to go in front.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then, of course, you guys can always determine that, as you go, like, hey, I'd like to go ahead a little bit,
Sure. Sure. I'm gonna say Chesh might go a little ahead of the rest of the party, so long as she knows where she's going.
Okay.
I'm happy to take up a second position, or maybe behind Cyrille. I've got good perception and 120 feet of dark vision, so, hopefully I can scout from a second line.
Yeah, go for it.
Also, as a note, you're not able to hold your torch if you have your Baradish. So,
If you'd like, I can activate my ion torch. And then I can
that,
do
and I mean, it's an ever-burning torch. Honestly, you could just sling it from your belt, because it's not going to burn anything. So,
Yeah, I'll go with his. I'll go with using his ion torch for now. With him having that on.
You now have the torch on.
Mhm.
You guys are now approaching into the main sewer room where people come to dump their shit.
Okay.
Literally.
Well, just to be extra careful on the safe side, I'm gonna do trap checking. So
Okay,
long as
you wanna
everybody's
check the
fine
room
with
out?
that. Yep. So
Yep.
from where I am, I'll do a trap check. +3, so 14. Oh, well, a 15.
From
I
your
actually
current vent.
also have trap finding, so I will assist with that.
All right.
Because Urban Ranger.
Nice.
Gotta love an urban ranger.
There you go.
From your guys' vantage point, there doesn't seem to be any traps. Room is generally often used, so makes sense that you wouldn't see anything. From this room, if you were trying to get down, the large entrance here would probably be your best bet.
Okay.
Looking into it, it looks like it is about a 10-foot drop to the floor below,
All right.
which will
I'll-
mean acrobatics checks to make the fall without any damage.
I'll quickly just see if I can perception the bottom of it, if you don't mind.
Sure, go ahead and look down from what you can see from here.
So
With a
that'll be a 17 for
17,
traps.
You see a
Just
lot of shit.
lovely.
This is going to be a fun trek.
I'm gonna
I
look
have-
very pitifully at the dog.
Oh.
Yeah, the dog does not seem happy. I, however, have 3 50-foot lengths of silk rope. I will use one of them here to allow us to bypass the fall damage.
Oh, okay. You just make a climb check instead.
So just
All right.
let me know
You
where I should be
can-
drawing it.
One of these little grates right here is probably a perfect thing to tie off to.
Okay.
And you can toss the rope down through here to be able to reach the floor below.
Understood.
With a climb check, you could either just leave the rope as is, or you could tie knots into it to reduce the DC. But a rope with a wall to brace against is only DC 5 to climb.
Okay. I
So-
will do that. Just quickly tie off a few knots and then
Which will make the DC 0.
there you go.
You have the knots to kind of hold your hands against and your feet. So you guys
is-
now have a... Go ahead.
Sorry, is that showing up for anyone? Because I drew a thing and it says it's
No.
there, but I'm not
No.
seeing it.
No, I don't see it.
Mm.
Yeah.
Mm.
All right. Let's see if I can actually make the climb check. I just need to not roll a natural 1. Hey!
Yay!
Yay!
What's the climb DC now?
0.
0.
Yeah, I know what's happening. It is there, but I know why.
Is it under the...
It
the map
has
layer?
something to do with the map layer, and I can't bring it to the front.
Okay.
So
Then... No
we know
worries,
it's there.
just- Yeah.
Okay. So with some quick little climb checks, you guys are easily able to climb down. Move one more further up, and you're good.
It
There
says,
is.
I lack permission to go.
Why the fuck?
I lack permission to update my token.
Maybe it's because there's something underneath you or something. I don't fucking know. I don't get it. Ah,
Oh, here we go.
Oh, now I'm there.
okay. Maybe it's because there was something directly under you, or somebody else was using it at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
There you go. Now the real
So
question
it
is, okay, that's the real question. So I'm gonna have to fuck with this real quick. Give me 2 seconds. Whee! Okay, now you're good.
Okay.
If I didn't move
Preemptive.
that, you guys would go up and down constantly, and I don't think we
No.
want that. So
Okay. Preemptive trap check.
okay.
32.
This room is full of shit.
Well, that is a trap.
There are a lot of things down here. There's trash of all kinds. It's not just, people's chamber pots down here.
Hope everybody has good boots. Squelch, squelch,
You
squelch.
either hear
squelch.
Squidward's footsteps or you hear Cell's boots.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Cell has those squick it sounds when he walks.
Yeah.
Right.
Guti, the wolf is pressing close to you.
Poor pup.
Poor guy.
Avara will
Scritches.
peek over here to...
Wait, where am I?
You
I'm
are
moving
down at
0.
the bottom.
You're over here.
Don't see me. I cannot click on me. Here I am. There we go. I just had to click and drag.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right.
What's that?
That is a sewer grate that leads to a further down section of the sewer.
Ah, okay.
Okay.
Having studied the maps, presumably we should have a rough idea of which direction we're going to find Junction 71.
Correct, and the answer is not these ways.
Okay, so which way is it then?
Other
Back
direction.
The other way. Back the other way. This way.
Oh,
The direction that John's moving is generally the correct direction.
All right.
Understood.
oh my. Okay. Do you want to still join me at the front, Bran?
Yeah, I'm on it.
Cool, cool. I just don't want to leave you behind.
No, I hear you.
You're my trap finding friend. Okay, speaking of,
You guys are keeping somewhat precarious positions on the... Jesus Christ.
Jesus.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, you rolled your nat ones earlier.
you know which shit is the slipperiest. It's all of them.
That's pretty much the correct answer. You know which shit is the slipperiest.
Whoa. Wait up.
And unless otherwise stated, I am assuming no stealth. And of course, dark, having a light on you kind of makes it hard anyways.
Yeah.
We did roll stealth. Me and Bran
For the
and
two,
Wolf did.
for you two, for you three, yes.
We're still in light. It's just,
If and when it matters, and if you do move out of it, then,
Gonna trap check down here.
Okay. You still know which shit is the slipperiest.
Goodness. Okay.
Same with
Which-
Bran.
Which way to go now?
You're pretty so knowledge engineering to look at the blueprints, which we actually can have Zero do that. So,
Mm-hmm.
because Zero has knowledge engineering. Fucking roll the nat 20, hell yeah.
Ooh,
Nice.
Won't have to make any other rolls at this point. Zero knows these sewers like the back of his hand. Just like the shit stain on it that he got by accident. Fuck! Ah!
No.
Gross! Ew, get it off! No! Oh!
No.
Is that corn?
If Kai,
No!
I feel like if Kai were here, he would say trash knows trash.
Yeah, that's a Kai thing.
The answer would be straight at this junction. This one's going to be junction... It's going to be low. It would be higher, I think, at this point. So you're probably around like a junction
80
80, something like that. Something in that area. I'll tell you when you get to the junction that you want, but you are at a higher junction currently. And yes, currently the direction you're going is the right one. Zero has the map out and is able to see where we're going. And we'll not have to roll from here because we made a nat 20.
Okay.
Getting those out of our way too, apparently.
All right. Which way from now? From this little junction.
From our top-down view, right.
Okay.
Check
It
your
would be
corners.
check your corners.
Your foreskin.
Good.
I really hope you don't have to do that down here.
That'd be a bad idea right now. Do not pull that shit down. Do not do that.
Do not.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what, the sewer-dwelling knob gobblers out?
Yep.
What's the concern?
I'm gonna make that.
Is that a thing? Is that a thing in the UK? Sewer knob gobblers?
No, that's a creepypasta.
Okay. Is it the same thing as that? Is that ghost wolf or whatever?
No, that's the. I was telling him about the Beast of Bodmin Moor.
Oh, I was going to say the Fatbergs, but you know.
Oh,
All right. Let's maybe go ahead and do one more check here.
yeah. Ugh.
The shit is smelly.
Okay.
Stinky.
Stinky.
stink.
Stinky gamers.
Gamer.
All right.
Attention, all stinky gamers.
I'm gonna do
All
a check
epic
this time.
Fortnite gamers.
28 and a
27.
27.
Nothing sticks out to you in particular.
The stank.
Yeah.
Stink, stank, stunk.
The gamer stank.
But Goody, this isn't an anime convention.
Hey.
I'll have stuff to share with you guys later too.
Oh,
By
no.
the time we get out of this little dungeon space, Cyril's going to go through an entire stick of deodorant every day now.
Okay. Any
I
traps?
need to know on Avara's.
Nothing specific, no.
If
Which direction?
she has
From
prestidigitation.
this one, your south leads to a dead end according to the map.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm gonna do a quick one.
Nothing sticks out to you.
And another one. Being very careful.
Can tell.
Nothing specific stands out to you.
I feel like the closer we get, the more likely it is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
As you guys begin to take this turn, you hear a very loud, swirling, swooshing of water.
Ooh.
Well,
Watch your
Okay.
step.
it'll mask our footsteps.
Move
The
quickly.
splishing and the sploshing.
And the
The
squelching.
splooshing and the squelching and the melching. Woo! Nothing stands out to you.
I've just basically been examining shit this whole time.
Literally.
Well,
God,
you have a very
It's
good
only a matter of
idea
time
about
before
the dietary health of the city.
yeah, I do. I'm gonna be able to start rolling appraise checks in a minute.
I wonder how valuable this shit is.
Literally.
This shit's so valuable.
I could imagine there are some people that sit at the sewer's edge and gather stuff and like, we're gonna sell this as manure.
Hmm.
Mudlarks. they're called.
Not human shit. That stuff just kills everything.
Yep.
It's not like cows.
Yeah.
Oh, fair enough.
Yeah.
But yeah, the mudlarks would be the people who would basically walk along the Thames in London, and there's like the sewer
Mhm.
grates and everything, and they would like wade into there and see what they could find. People dropping things in the water and all that.
Yep.
See what they could
Yeesh.
find that washed up.
The swirling swooshing gets louder as you approach this junction. You have approached junction 72, I believe it was. Yes,
Okay.
you are at junction 72. I would also like you guys to make perception checks.
Just did.
All
Just
right.
normal perception.
So we have the trap check, it looks like, from Braneth.
Oh,
I'll do
yep,
a
you're
trap.
right. You're right.
I'll do
Oh,
a
wait,
trap check, and then I'll do a normal.
So that one was
Okay, let's see here.
that 12 was John. I had Avara selected at the time.
Gotcha. Okay, so let's fucking try to figure out what the hell this order is here. Okay.
Sorry. I wish you could mark them.
Same.
Yeah, that is one thing that is a bit off about this one, but
hmm
it's because normally they just expect you to use the sheet, so you
Mm.
know.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, where the fuck did all these rolls start? I'm assuming Greyshanks at the top with 27, right?
So
No, mine. It's actually my 36 is the first one.
Okay,
the 20,
Well,
the 23 above that was a trap check, and then the one below it was normal perception.
Avara the Clever was actually John.
And 0 was me.
okay. Well, I'll just say for the traps, you do not detect any, and I'll just look at your numbers. The 36 from Bran, that was a trap check, right?
Yeah, so 33 without. Unless you want me to roll it again.
You have Wolf rolling down there, right?
Yes.
Was that the wolf rolling?
Yes.
Okay. Give Bran another roll that's separate from the trap finding, because it is separate. It's a separate action. So.
Understood.
Okay.
She was too busy looking at the traps.
Greyshanks. As you guys approach this junction, you hear the swirling of the noise ahead of you. According to Zero, this is I believe a term would be a sump, perhaps?
Hmm.
I think I might have that word right, but a low space that collects undesirable liquids such as water or chemicals. Also, an infiltration basin used to manage your surface runoff water. I don't know. All I know is that it's a very large, goes further down.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
low part of a volume that collects liquid by gravity. So yeah, essentially a very large sump works perfectly for this. So, but in
Okay.
addition, Greyshanks, you can hear voices. Very indistinct, but you can hear voices.
Okay, I'm going to raise my fist to the entire group, signaling them to stop, and then just motion for them to be quiet, and point to my ear.
The loud sound of the sump ahead of you makes it impossible to make out what they're saying.
In that case, I'm going to...
It does appear to be coming from in front of you, the direction that you otherwise want to go.
I'm going to stealthily creep forward to get past the sound of the sump.
Okay.
I will join her.
Okay. So the two of you go ahead and move up and give me stealth checks as you move. Bran has an 18. Okay. And a 28. Okay.
See, like I said, got all the good rolls out of the way, too.
Yeah. I also have fast stealth, if it counts for anything.
Just lets you move normal speed while stealthing.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Now, do you want us to follow along or hold off?
Let us see if we can hear a bit more first.
Okay.
Can we hear any more now that we're here?
The sound of the sump is coming from directly in front of you to the south.
Okay. Can I attempt to peer around the corner?
Yes.
Okay. Well.
If you'd like to move one further forward to show yourself peering, then that's fine. You see the large swirling mass of water turning into, it's swirling around the room and exiting out the hole at the bottom of this large room.
Okay. But so far, nothing else interesting about it.
Would you like to make a perception check?
Sure.
Scooby-Doo over her head.
Yes. Please do. Your perception is better than mine.
So, Chesher, you can tell that the voices are coming from further up ahead. Bran, your trained ear from years in the city, you are very good at picking out specific sounds over others.
Mm-hmm.
So that you can hear, people saying things and all that. So from in front of you, further down this corridor, you are able to start making out the sounds of people seeming to have a somewhat normal level conversation. Right? They're not whispering or anything.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So, what we're doing now that Finch is gone? What the hell took him out anyways? What the hell happened? The guards were sitting there, they were just everywhere. You think it was him? Yeah, has to be. But why? He's done everything he's ever asked always. Why would he do that? Look, what matters I think, is that we're just gonna have to lay low. And/or figure if we just have to leave. If Finch did something to piss him off, there's nothing saying that we're not next. You really think we're gonna have to leave? If you want to keep any of your hide on you, yeah, absolutely. He's meant no joke. You do not mess with him. Okay? This is what you hear.
Chesher will nod and just basically whisper to you, how do you want to play it?
Unless you stop her, I think she's going to wave the others forward, but make the, universal shush sign.
Yeah, no, I was gonna do the same, honestly.
Yeah. And then she mimes repeated stabbing.
Well. Okay.
You're gonna be stabbed.
Okay.
Not you guys, obviously, but,
In that case, I'm gonna take my sap out into my other hand.
Okay.
Proceed forward. Well, they're proceeding forward.
Yeah. Bow is at the ready.
Can I tell if the sound is coming from this way or that way? The voices.
All right.
That way. Is that also the direction we need to go?
No.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm going to once again look at you, Bran.
He did not make any other turns when you were watching him.
Okay. So Bran will wave you all forward.
Okay. We gotta
And
go
again.
ahead. Here we go.
Let's see if we blow it.
Better than it could have been. Better than
Much
it could
better
have
than
been.
it could have been.
That was me, by the way, not Zero. What?
Okay. It's probably just because you have him selected, so.
Wait, what? No.
Yeah.
I want 1d10.
Yeah.
Apparently it's going to be the same either way. Fine.
Fuck you, 2 1s in a row. So as John Darksoul gets closer. Wait, what's that? You see the lights? Scatter! Scatter!
I'm gonna.
Can we roll initiative before they leave? Or
Yeah,
are
can
they
we?
gone?
Can we?
If you guys want to try to do something about it, sure. Everybody stop
yeah,
and give an initiative roll.
Okay.
All right.
Would like to.
All right.
Oh.
So let me find something that works a little better here. Because I've just kind of left the music the same this whole time. There we go. So, I'm just going to make a roll real quick. What the fuck did I just do?
I don't know.
I don't know.
It's secret.
Oh, it's a private GM roll for some reason. Whoops. Anyways. Well, I got the number at least. Okay. Based on everybody's rolls here, Cyrille, you will have a chance to act first.
Okay.
If you want to do anything, we'll go ahead and say 0 was a little further up, because she probably wouldn't leave the light, so.
Yeah.
I'm not going to go into combat specifically because we'll see what happens.
Right. Did it look like that Bran and Chesh were gonna move in?
That's up to them.
Well, Chesh was looking like she was going to move in. You saw her draw her sap.
Well,
I would say yes, Guti. As soon as we hear the scatter, I think at least Bran is going to be,
Get him.
bounding around that fucking corner.
Get him.
Mm-hmm.
okay. Well, I'm gonna move on ahead, unless you try and stop me, in which case I will.
Mhm. Nope, go for it.
Okay. 30, and then I'm gonna go ahead and double.
What you see is what you see.
Mm-hmm. Well,
30 feet puts you at the corner.
this was here.
Mm-hmm. You've used your move action.
And then...
In fact, what kind of armor are you wearing?
medium, I believe.
So you should only have 20, right? Unless you have an ability otherwise.
I'm checking everything. It's been a while. In which case, if it was 20, it'd be here then.
Correct.
Mithril breastplate, that's what it was.
Mithril breastplate makes it light, so you have 30 feet.
Yep.
That's right.
So you can, in fact, go up there if you'd like.
Okay, yeah, I was like, I thought it was 30 for some reason. Okay.
You've moved 20 so far. I think picking up your token and pressing spacebar is what lets you, do that.
Yep. And I use my standard action to maybe crack a sunrod and throw it in there.
It would be a move action to pull it out of your pack.
Hmm.
So you've used a move to move. It would be another move to pull it out of your pack and hold it in one of your hands.
I thought you said you had one in your hands when we started, even if we didn't,
He had his Baradish, right?
Yeah, I had Barady shout, but then I said that since John was turning on his light, I was going to leave it to. I was just going to go off of his.
Got it.
So
it would be a move action to draw the thing. Also, I should pause the time because technically we are in rounds. So turn-based mode. You have currently used a move action with still 10 feet left, if you feel so.
Well, not going to do much good running in blindly, so trying to think if I should just try and give either of the rangers something to help them out.
Okay.
I can't see enough to be able to move myself inward any further, so
That's otherwise your turn.
I guess I'll just
an action.
Prepare. Yeah, I could. Make a grab at any unknowns that come our way, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
There's
Sure.
not really much I can do here, so
Okay. So looking at the order that we're going to have, based on what I'm seeing, all right. Okay. And Bran would be the next one to get a turn.
Okay. So scooting through them.
Alright, so you have moved 25 feet?
Yep.
You see 3 rat folk in the center of the room around one of the sewer grates that leads further down.
Okay.
In fact, they are the same 3 that were sitting around the table in Finch's gullet.
Ah.
Oh, and they were the
I
ones
thought
that
I
were.
recognized them.
These were the ones that were catcalling me.
Oh,
Rat calling you.
Rat calling.
rat calling. Hey, God.
Okay, I need to grab a page off of PFSRD. Give me 1 second. This is very rude. What? There it is. Okay, I'm going to try and hit the closest one with a trip arrow.
Okay.
So that is not what I want. What? Stop that. Oh, bad. Ugh, I don't know how I get rid of that. That's up to you.
What'd you do?
I did measurement tools, and then there was one with a circle because I thought it was.
Oh.
I don't know. I don't know how to do it.
Got you handled.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Measurement tool
This was the one I
everything
wanted.
needed
Yeah.
to. Okay.
Okay.
Give it a ranged trip. I did actually look it up, by the way, too. It adds 5 to their CMB. So
Correct.
I know this for the future now.
Yep. I think I have to hit first with my normal attack.
Well, we can probably figure that out real quick. Trip
Yeah.
arrow Pathfinder. I think it just lets you do a trip attempt. Trip arrow. If the arrow hits, it makes a trip attack. Okay, so you're right. So you have to hit and then trip.
Yeah. Alright, so what is my max bonus? I can only do 1 because I moved. Oh,
Jesus
no!
Christ!
Oh.
In a row.
The arrow goes wide.
Ah, damn it.
You get stuck in the shit.
Oh, it was a trap.
You were you were aiming for the feet. Gotta aim a little bit higher.
feet are
The
in the
ankle.
Yeah.
Yeah. Gotta aim
Damn
for
it.
the ankle.
That's some dense shit.
Yeah.
We need to build
The-
walls out of that.
Next one that gets to go.
As a free action, she's going to whistle as loud as she can.
All right. There is a door out the back that you see him just skitter right the fuck out of.
Clank, 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 clank.
Let me see. Based on the rolls, let me see. Ed Bran. Chesher, you had a 6.
Mm-hmm.
Or you had a 7, actually. John had a 7. Wolf had a 5. Damn, you guys just rolled. Wow, alright.
Really
Yeah.
badly.
Yeah.
Well, based on what I rolled, Bran watches as they just fucking book it out the way in the back. Okay. Do you want to continue in rounds and chase them, or no?
The only problem is, are they going to warn the person we're after?
We don't know.
We don't know. Are we willing to risk it?
Well,
If it helps, it is not the direction he went earlier. So,
Right.
Well,
I think we can try and pick them up later. I think we have a bigger concern at this juncture.
we do. We're gonna have to risk it. For a biscuit.
risk it for a biscuit? Okay, then we can move out of rounds.
Ooh. Well, bad rolls out now.
True.
Mhm.
Get them out of the way here.
Yeah.
From this juncture, you know that he would have gone straight.
Which is to say, this way, yeah?
Yes.
Not that it makes much of a difference, but Bran spits in the shit at her feet.
Yeah.
I
It
will
really
pat her
wouldn't
on the
make
back.
much difference, would it?
I will, proceed forward. Offer
I will put 0
roguish
by 0 there.
comforts. Yeah, proceeding forward then. Is straight ahead where we need to go?
Correct.
Gonna trap check.
Okay.
Yep.
Anything?
You do not see anything. More shit.
More
and
shit.
an ungrated thing in the corner.
Okay.
Rope time?
But about where was he when he disappeared through the wall? Is that this wall to the north, or
The wall to your east.
Ooh.
Okay. So that means I'm going to look at the west wall and see what it was he was looking at.
Give me a perception check.
Okay.
I'll do the same.
So Bran with a 31, Chesher with a 27. In the very top corner of the ceiling,
Mm-hmm.
there seems to be a rough set of scratch marks in the wall.
Okay.
Mm.
3, to be precise.
Interesting.
Maybe made by a claw, perhaps.
Okay.
Does it seem to have a pattern, or is it just
Seems
scratches?
to be some roughly hewn claw marks in the wall.
Okay. I'll point
Almost
it
as
out
if he
for
took,
everyone to see.
almost as if something with claws would have taken time to just keep scratching at it until it made a mark in the wall, basically.
Gotcha.
Like constantly scraping against the wall.
So he had claws. He scraped this in the wall to indicate 3 to himself.
3, yeah. Or just any marker he could recognize as his own and know this was the place.
Okay. This is where he disappeared through the wall.
Based on Zero's engineering schematics, the other side of this wall is more pipe. And there is, in fact, a way to make it to that side without going through the wall.
And what is that?
It would be going south at juncture 71.
Okay.
Alright.
Okay. Would we like to do that?
Or we can
Yeah.
do that, or we can hack through the wall. Which do people prefer?
Well, hacking through the wall will be loud and not
Yeah.
necessarily less time.
Fair enough.
It's good to know,
So
though.
it looks like there's something there that's kind of like a grating. It is, in fact, a small locked grate.
Okay. Lockpick time.
You can move through it, but, I didn't draw something, so...
Sorry.
You're fine. I'm not worried about it. You're gonna make it. It's not hard. So...
Yeah. Well, I honed these skills. I put the skill points in. I might as well roll it. 22.
This lock is not necessarily that difficult. Click! And you are now able to open the grate.
Mhm. Okay. Continue just some typical trap checks as we go forward.
Okay?
Basically, I'll just keep rolling. Just tell me if there's something there.
Sure. So, according to Zero's map, sticking to the northern wall is the fastest route to get around this area.
Okay. So right here, then.
Yeah.
Correct.
Trap check again.
Hey.
Hey.
I see quantum shit.
And you stare deeply into the pile of shit, and
So when you're
rising
banding-
from that pile of shit, you see Crazy Hassan and his
Classic.
slightly used camels.
Classic.
I may be covered in shit, but these deals are crystal clean.
The
Oh
most
my God.
above board you'll ever see.
Where did Bran go?
Bran disappeared. Bran!
Uh-oh. Why did you
Bran got
disappear?
buried in the shit!
Why did you disappear?
The
I
shit
don't
giveth,
know.
the shit taketh
there you
Were
away.
you under
Here I am.
Wolof? Yeah, you were under Wolof,
Yeah.
apparently.
I see. Okay.
Okay. So, hugging the north wall, where from here? Just...
Please
And
don't
be
hug
hugging
the
the
north,
north
wall. Please don't hug the north wall.
We'll get hepatitis.
Some
Each,
hepatitis.
each time the two of you are making rolls, I am just assuming you're looking for traps.
Yes. Hence the +3
Yes.
for trap finding.
Just
Anacephalherpelitis.
some histoplasmosis.
Toxoplasmosis.
You get mesothelioma.
You might be entitled to financial compensation.
Need hug. I'm assuming that means up.
Yes, northward from here.
Northward from here. Bran.
Yeah. Sorry.
Wolof has been left behind. He
The
got
dog's
eaten
been
by
left
the
behind.
monster.
I'm trying.
He's eating the monster. It's because he has to move around the walls. So
Oh, damn it. Yeah.
I, however, can use DM magic. There you go.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Console
Oh, God,
command
don't-
TCL
Unit.
disable collision.
Right. Time for another one for these. And a 1.
17. Right.
If your
Okay.
rolls get anything, I will let you know.
Yep. That's what I'm assuming at this point. Down this way.
North of you would be the other side of this wall, of the wall that you were at earlier.
Okay.
Okay. I'm going to motion to the other guys that we're here.
Okay.
Or Zero will probably do that.
Yeah.
hmm
I would say stealth checks again.
Stealth checks again.
I will stay back here.
And that's for me, and this one is for Wolf.
Okay. Okay.
Did mine go through? Yeah, it didn't. Okay.
I see it.
All right. Proceeding.
Yeah.
Is there anything on the right here? It looks kind of like it's a.
Would you like to make a perception check?
Yeah, it's just to me. It looks like it's an entryway of some kind.
Now, there are parts of this that I've just kind of cut off, just so I didn't have to draw them, just so that you know. But
Okay. Well,
Mhm.
25.
And 23 from me.
a trained city eye, a trained thieves' eye. There's a hole on that wall that looks just looks perfectly sized for a hand.
Mm.
Okay, so not standing anywhere
Oops.
near the wall. Whoop. Not standing anywhere near.
I did
the
something
wall.
I didn't intend to do, and I'm not sure how to fix it. But that's fine.
I saw that.
It was a flicker, but basically not standing near the wall. Can I basically like lean down or whatever, just so I can look through it from a distance?
it looks like it goes a little bit in and then stops.
Okay,
The
so
hole
there's no
specifically.
there's no, you can't see like there's any room on the other side.
No.
Okay.
It looks like you would put your hand in it and pull, perhaps.
I'm going to examine that closely for any sorts of traps.
Okay.
I will too.
Ooh.
Nat 20.
Ooh.
You do recognize that it is not trapped in any way, but you do recognize that the wall is on a track.
Okay.
Oh.
So
As if by pulling it, it will roll to the side.
okay. So I'll gesture Chesh to one side and then kind of suggest that everybody get in position.
Do you want to take my position, John?
Sure.
You are slower, but you are the fighter.
You want to take my position? No way, you can't, Bran. You're about to do the thing.
Well, I could point it out to you and let you do the rolling, unless you. Well, no, because I'll be rolling it out of the way, so you'd have clearance.
Mhm.
To get past
Okay.
me. Yeah.
Okay.
So, on the count of 3, I will grab into the hole and pull the thing to one side.
Yeah.
Police! Flashbang out!
Yeah, that.
Okay. I didn't make this a door like I was supposed to, so that's fine. So I can just do this. And this. The door slides to the side. To find yourself in a slightly drier section as you look up.
Okay.
You can see how the shit is now turning into just floor.
Hey, nice.
Nice.
This is black.
I'm gonna.
What's up?
Yeah.
This is all black here.
Yeah. That.
Yeah, it should be. There's a wall there.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
I'm
To
gonna
be fair, the
continue
way
to
that it's
trap
drawn,
check.
you can't quite see it, but there is a wall there. Continue your trap checks.
Yeah.
Okay. You may continue.
My stealth is still up.
Yeah, basically just when it comes to stealth, just let us know if there's anything we need to roll, because otherwise I'm assuming we're just keeping our old rolls.
Yeah. Trap checking again.
And as a courtesy notice, I am up on time here for a bookmark.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
we are honestly in about a perfect spot to stop if you've got like 5 minutes. So
I do,
Alright.
yes.
Okay. So we'll have everybody stop. So there is light coming from around this corner up here. But with Braneth's 31 while you're checking for traps, you recognize the alcove you're sitting in can spin. It is also on tracks.
Okay. I will gesture everyone to squeeze into the alcove.
And perception checks as well for people. Okay, just checking. 15 and 12. Okay. Continue.
Okay. We
We're
can't
paused.
We're paused and can't move.
Thank
There
you.
you go. Pile in.
So, almost like a turnstile, the two walls can sit there and start turning as you push on it, almost as if it's on a central pillar.
Okay.
So the walls will continuously turn like a turnstile as you guys go around and
Alright.
through. So I will just go ahead and move you guys to the other side as you do this. And we will give you the descriptions in a moment. I'm going to spread you guys out as you come through.
Oh.
Oh.
There we go.
And we'll just put Avara there too, as it doesn't matter. So we will give you guys the time here. And when you're good, yeah, we'll just continue. Let me see. What will be the right thing here? This one? Let's see. Kind of. It will end up being this one.
Mm.
All right. You do see a platform in front of you in a small room with the two T sections that turn off on either side.
Okay. Well,
And
check.
okay. There does not appear to be any traps as far as you can tell.
Okay.
And since we, in the effort of time, we'll have you guys just kind of look around into said room. This small, seemingly fairly dry room has a small dais sitting in the center with a, as of currently, closed book. And although you couldn't see it at first, entering into this room, you can now see across all the walls skulls, human skulls, mortal skulls, humanoid skulls everywhere, all across the room.
Mm.
As if some are buried into the walls, glued to the walls, or otherwise almost as if they would be the walls themselves, strangely.
Mm.
And not just skulls, but a closer look. Now, of course, everything smells like shit, but, you know, it's a little bit less in this room.
Mhm.
Otherwise, the air is still somewhat a little musty, but not nearly as bad as the rest of everything. Amongst the skulls, you see trinkets. You see necklaces. You see earrings. You see jewelry of all various kinds and shapes and sizes. Just as well. In some skulls' mouths, around their teeth, in their eye sockets, all over the place.
Mm.
And that is where we can call it for the night.
All right.
Oh boy.
oh,
Good.
oh my goodness.
Yeah. Excitement.
Mm.
Boss fight.
Mm.
We're close.
Woo!
I can
Here it
smell
comes.
it.
No, that's shit.
Oh yeah.
We
I'm
thank
so
you all
close to
for
solving
joining
this
us
crime.
tonight. And we look forward to seeing you next time.
Yes, thank you very much
Yes.
for tuning in. We hope you enjoyed,
Yeah.
and we're gonna be getting back to weekly streams. But until next time, we'll see all of you in the next one. Bye bye for now.
Bye-bye!
Bye.
Bye.